first-round draft pick, he has earned his place in the big leagues. With as much heart as talent, R.A. Dickey has earned the respect of teammates as well as opposing hitters. Tonight he tries to tame the Tigers to go to 5-1. Rangers warm-up brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers now. From Ameriquest Field in Arlington, this is Rangers warm-up brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. It is the Detroit Tigers in town, a team that last year at this time had only 3 wins. They're up to 14 this year, so yeah, they're better. Of course, so are the Texas Rangers. They are 18-11. Along with Tom Grieve, Josh Lewin, there was a sudden rainstorm. Came whipping through here about an hour and a half ago, but play ball. We're ready to go. And R.A. Dickey on the mound. He has been outstanding.
He really has been, Josh. And if it weren't for the starting pitching, obviously the Rangers would not be where they are right now in the standings. R.A. Dickey has been one of the prominent starters this year. When you look at his record, he's had 5 starts, won 4 of the 5 starts. Maybe the best start he's had as a professional was his last start against the Red Sox. When you consider this ballpark, the team he was pitching against, and the fact that he brought a shutout into the 9th inning. Pretty special game for R.A.
Yeah, 2-hit shutout through 8 2/3. He's going to be going up against, well, a Detroit team that he has totally handled without a flaw in the past. But now there's Pudge Rodriguez in a Detroit Tiger uniform. He had the big home run yesterday. Ranger warm-up brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas.
Out of all the trucks in Texas, only one has best-in-class towing, payload, and low-end torque. Only one has an interior.
Switch to Chase, where free checking is worth having.
Texas Ranger baseball brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. And by Southwest Airlines, nonstop service to 59 destinations all across the country. Southwest, a symbol of freedom. A light drizzle has started up again here at the ballpark in Arlington. It seems like every Friday and or Saturday it has rained here in North Texas over the last 4 or 5 weeks. The expectation tonight was for a big, close to sellout crowd. You hope that the nasty weather from a couple hours ago doesn't dim the fans' enthusiasm. You'd love to see this place full up tonight.
Boy, you really would. And that last game against the Red Sox that was rained out here was just a terrible night for the ball club. No walk-up that night. The fans had to wait 3.5 hours to see what would happen. And hopefully that's not going to happen tonight. It did not look like, looking at the forecast recently, that this would be in the forecast for tonight. It obviously was. But hopefully there'll be baseball tonight. And even without much of a walk-up tonight because of the weather, it's going to be a great crowd.
I just put $1 in the jar, by the way. The first time I mistakenly referred to Ameriquest Field as the ballpark in Arlington. I hope I'm only $1 light the rest of the homestand, but old habits do die hard. Hank Blaylock, the rest of the Texas Rangers, trying to shake off the effects of yesterday's 8-7 loss. Obviously a disappointment, Tom, when you consider the Rangers raced out 4-0 into the lead and had runners at second and third, nobody out, looking to build from there.
Well, we kind of remarked on it at the time, and Buck Showalter turned it kind of the key point in the game when the Rangers ended up second and third with nobody out for the 7th, 8th, and 9th hitters and couldn't add to the lead. I mean, it looked like a great first inning, which it was. But as the game went on, you look back at that first inning and said, boy, we should have taken advantage of it even further, because they were almost on the verge of getting Jeremy Bonderman out of the game, which could have changed the whole complexion of the game. After the first inning, he really settled down and pitched well.
So the Rangers losing for the second time in 3 games. They dropped to 18-11. R.A. Dickey will be unleashed tonight. We'll get you ready for his start momentarily. Dickey already 4 wins, 1 loss. And a sterling ERA of 3.48. The starting lineup straight ahead when we come back to Ameriquest Field on KDFI 27.
In Texas, we know a good truck when we see one. Introducing the new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. With plenty of room for all the things that matter most. Plus more standard horsepower than Ford or Dodge, all in one smooth riding truck. The new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. It's the Texas Truck Festival, Get 0% APR financing plus $1,000 bonus cash on a Silverado half-ton crew cab. Chevy. Drive in Texas.
This relaxing moment has been brought to you by Cialis. Talk to your doctor today to find out if a free sample of Cialis is right for you. Cialis is here. Are you ready?
Hey, sensor users, think you've got the best shave? Well, it just got better. 2 blades became 3. Introducing Gillette Sensor 3, the best sensor shave ever. So now, think 3. New Sensor 3 from Gillette.
Introducing TGI Fridays new shrimp flavors. Tangy orange peel shrimp, zesty sizzling shrimp, and spicy Cajun shrimp and chicken pasta. Get a taste of the new shrimp flavors now at TGI Fridays.
What's hot in activewear? The Bengay Pain Relieving Patch. It's what everyone's wearing to get deep heating relief in a patch that lasts up to 8 hours. Try on the Bengay Pain Relieving Patch. It's what's hot in pain relief.
The Rangers just now taking the field here at Ameriquest Field, and again trying to shrug off what happened to them yesterday. Unable to carry it out against the Tigers, a team that beat them only once all last year, is now 1-0 against them this year. But R.A. Dickey was totally a plus against the Tigers last year. Beat him twice at his first big league save against him. Probably the high water stuff for R.A. from last year. This year, so much has gone right, and we talked to R.A. about why that is.
Last year, being my first year in the big leagues, there was a pretty big learning curve for me, mentally and physically. It was a grind. It was, the longest season of my life. And learned a lot from that. And I'm just trying to apply it this year towards getting better and being more consistent and really trying to provide some stability for everybody.
R.A. had one bad start, Tom. He gave up 9 runs, including 3 home runs against the A's in 4+ innings. His second start this year. Other than that, 4-0 with a 1.28 ERA.
Well, I think you can give a guy a bad start out of 5 if the other 4 amount to 4-0 with a 1.24 ERA. And R.A. has been exactly what he has hoped to be, and that is consistent, and that is to give the starting pitching a real boost every time he takes the mound. And he's off to a great start this year.
As for the team he'll be facing tonight, the Southwest starting lineups for the Detroit Tigers: Alex Sanchez, Fernando Vina, and Pudge Rodriguez, who had the big home run last night. Rondell White, one-time Ranger Carlos Pena, and Carlos Guillen had a big effort yesterday. Bobby Higginson homered yesterday, his first of the year. There's another former Ranger, Craig Monroe, and Omar Infante playing third, batting ninth. We will begin a couple minutes late and in a light drizzle at Ameriquest Field tonight. Left-hand swinging Alex Sanchez. Matt Hollowell, by the way, your home plate umpire. As we look at R.A. Dickey's scouting report, and Sanchez popping one way up there. Mensch, the Rangers center fielder tonight, and he's got it.
Scouting report on R.A. Last year against the Tigers, he had his first major league save. 2 days later, a complete game shutout against the Tigers, 2-0 with a 1.69 ERA. He was terrific last year against the Tigers. His last start, as we already mentioned, probably his best start as a Ranger. Took a shutout into the 9th inning, ended up giving up 1 earned run, threw 131 pitches in that ball game. Has an extra day rest, and he's ready to go tonight against the Tigers.
What he did against them last year was incredible. That August 18th to August 20th thing you just mentioned, the shortest span between a save and a complete game shutout since Jackie Brown did it for the Rangers in 1973, when Whitey Herzog was the Ranger manager. Vina way out in front of what they call the thing. That hybrid knuckle curve / changeup dealing.
R.A. is one of the hardest guys to call pitches on. That might have been a changeup, Josh.
Yeah, you're right.
You have to go by the radar gun speed to really have any idea of what his pitch is. I think after talking to him that the thing registers 83-ish, 84-ish, kind of a very hard curveball. He also throws a splitter. Sometimes the best thing to say is breaking ball or off-speed pitch, and so you can't be wrong.
Fastball that time at 90 miles an hour. Pretty confident of that. Vina nails it to Brian Jordan.
I've had a couple of lengthy conversations trying to zero in on what his pitches are, and believe me, it's not the easiest thing to do. Hasn't been very easy for the hitters this year either.
Quick look at the Ranger defense, and the ovation that you hear behind that is for the man stepping in right now. That is the 11-year Texas Ranger, Pudge Rodriguez. Had just one hit last night. It won the game. Off Jeff Nelson, of all people. Pudge had been 3 of 25 lifetime in regular season play against Nelly. All 3 hits were singles.
Well, there's only so many times that you can get a hitter out the quality of Pudge Rodriguez, no matter who the pitcher is and how well he's throwing. The guy can go 0 for 15, 0 for 18, look like he's never going to get a hit. But it's not like he's a 200 hitter. I mean, this guy is a great hitter. So eventually, he's going to get a pitch he can handle and hit it.
Dickey drops one in. Pudge was a spectator. And a 1-2-3 inning for R.A. Dickey. Rangers coming up.
These low fares to your favorite vacation destinations start at just $49.
You are now free to move about the country.
In Texas, we know a good truck when we see one. Introducing the new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. With plenty of room for all the things that matter most. Plus more standard horsepower than Ford or Dodge, all in one smooth riding truck. The new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. It's the Texas Truck Festival. Get 0% APR financing plus $1,000 bonus cash on a Silverado half-ton crew cab. Chevy, driving Texas.
Hawaii Five-0, weeknights at 8 on KDFI 27.
The SUVs with class-exclusive cooled front seats. Lincoln Navigator and Lincoln Aviator. Now during the Lincoln Mercury SUV Drive-Away. You can add this to your comfort level. Your choice of 0% APR for 5 years or up to $5,500 cash back on select 2004 Lincoln SUVs. The SUV Drive-Away. See your Texas Lincoln Mercury dealer today.
Rangers will try and get a quick start against Mike Maroth tonight. He is an unbelievable story. We'll chronicle what Mike Maroth went through last year in just a moment. First, let's meet and greet, courtesy of Southwest Airlines, the Texas Rangers starting lineup. Michael Young has every stat going for him right now. Here's one we choose for you. He is mashing left-hand pitching. Blaylock, Soriano, Herbert Perry, Teixeira, Jordan, and Eric Young. Kevin mentioned Gerald Laird against a guy who failed to avoid the indignity of becoming baseball's first 20-game loser since 1980. But he carried himself with such dignity, Tom, it almost didn't matter.
I agree. And if there's one guy in the league other than a Ranger that you root for this year, it's probably Maroth. And he's overcome that season. Last year, 9-21 against the Rangers, 0-2. This year, he's 3-1 with a 4.26 ERA.
Young belts it deep to left center field. Yesterday, he took one out in his first at bat. This time, he comes up a little short.
And you wonder if the weather conditions might have kept that from carrying out of the ballpark. There is a swirling kind of a wind. There's still a little bit of a misty rain. And that might have been all it took to keep the ball in the ballpark. As far as Maroth's pitches, he has a wide assortment of pitches. He has a curveball, a changeup that he throws. He's also had some good success with a cut fastball this year. Throws a sinking fastball. Will not light up a radar gun. But he's having a good season.
Facing a team that's having a great season offensively. Blaylock is going to push that bunt with the shift on, and Maroth will get him. It was the right idea because the Tigers keep shifting all the way around like everyone used to do against Rafael Palmeiro. If Blaylock had gotten the bunt down near third, he would have had a single.
Well, it is a good try, and I hope that bunt and the fact that he was thrown out won't keep him from maybe trying it again when you need a base runner, because all he's got to do is slap it harder than that. There's no way the third baseman can throw him out. Unfortunately, it was a pretty easy play for Maroth. But most of the time you want to see Hank swing the bat because of the damage he can do, but there are times when a bunt is not a bad thing, and that was a good place for a bunt. 1 out, nobody on, first inning, try to get a base runner for the middle of the order. Not a bad idea.
Soriano jerks one foul. Well, the Rangers yesterday 7 runs. That's about par for the course at home. 9 hits, a little bit below what they usually get at home. This time Soriano's going to get it down. That'll be cut off and right by Higginson. Soriano the wide turn, and he'll come back. Be nice to see Alfonso get it going again, Tag. He had spun out a little bit after that 10-game hitting streak. 1 for his last 11 before that hit to right center.
Well, that's probably a good sign, the fact that he did hit that ball to right center.
Craig Monroe, the former Texas Ranger, has had a miserable time of it out there in left field. He committed his 6th error of the young season last night. Of course, Pudge Rodriguez is the great equalizer behind the plate. Not to mention this muddy track for Soriano right now.
Well, when you consider how infrequently an outfielder handles a ball compared to an infielder and how much time he has to read the ball, that's a lot of errors for a month.
Especially for a guy who doesn't play every day.
That's right.
Perry hits one slowly. Infante cuts it off and just kind of lobs it along the second to end the inning. Mike Young just missed on a home run try. That was about the most excitement for the bottom of the first. There's no score.
Texas's best just got bigger. Introducing the new Lone Star Edition heavy-duty Ram with an available re-engineered Cummins 600 turbo diesel. 600 foot-pounds of class-dominating torque makes it the most powerful diesel in Texas. Now get 0% financing or $3,000 in total values, plus our 7100 diesel engine limited warranty. Grab the Texas-sized Lone Star Edition heavy-duty Ram at your Texas Dodge dealer.
No scores. We move to the second inning here tonight in Arlington. Let's go to Jim Knox.
All right, thank you, Josh. You know, a little rain's not going to keep some Ranger fans away, sitting in the Fox box, having a good time. A group of square dancers from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, yes. And if you want to be a part of the Fox box, you can do so tomorrow afternoon right here on Mother's Day as the Rangers close out their 3-game series against the Detroit Tigers. All you have to do is call 817-273-5100 for $10 tickets here in the Fox box, so check that number out. And also, we have a square dance caller, guys, and this is Brian Judd. Give us a little line here on the square dance calling, Brian.
Well, bow to the partner in the corner of the hall and join hands and make a big ring. Circle to the left, you go again and circle to the left. Do an Alabama left with your left hand. Partner right and another left grand. Go right and a left, go round the hall.
We'll keep them going there, Josh. We'll check back at the end of the game.
And the throw out that number 4 hitter.
That was great.
One down, second inning. Thank you, Jim.
You can't hear that without slapping your knee.
Preferably your own.
That was a rope. Boy, Hank made that play a couple times last night, too. So good with his backhand. I mean, that's not an easy play to make, and that ball hits in the middle of his glove almost every time. Made it look like a simple play, but that was not a simple play. White hit that ball hard.
Carlos Pena had a home run against R.A. Dickey last year. That's one of the few things that went right for the Tigers against R.A. Dickey. This is a replay of a game last August 13th. Almost literally, it was 75 degrees and raining, according to the box score. Tonight we've got 72 degrees and rain. Home plate umpire was Matt Hollowell. Same dude tonight, same matchup, Dickey and Maroth. Matt Hollowell tells us he has had the plate here at this ballpark only once. It was last year, Maroth against Dickey. Well,
wow.
here he is again, the exact same guys. Odds of that are staggering. It's also not very interesting. I just thought I'd throw it out there. 2-2 the count.
I think it's interesting.
The crew chief up at first base tonight, John Hirschbeck. If it starts raining harder, it is up to Hirschbeck whether or not the game will be delayed. High fly ball to center.
That was a good fastball by R.A. on the inside part of the plate. Tied Pena up a little bit. Didn't really get the bat head out in front.
Little known fact about R.A. Dickey. You know, he was originally selected by the Detroit Tigers out of high school. But he turned them down, went to college instead. In fact, he turned down a 6-figure signing bonus to go to the University of Tennessee. How about the ball Carlos Guillen hit last night? Rangers were leading 4-0. Then in the second inning, Guillen with a couple on just pounded one off one of those pillars in the upper tank.
Yeah, it almost went down one of those little exits there, about 5 or 6 rows back in the upper deck. Got a pitch he could handle. Fastball out over the plate. Had a good night last night.
3 for 4, a single and a triple to go with that 3-run home run.
Want to see it again?
Sure, why not?
There it is. He knew it was gone, and so did Joaquin.
The Tigers won the game, really, with their home runs. 3-run shot and a pair of twos. This ball towards the alley in left center. Eric Young will go over and cut it off. And a hold, Carlos Guillen to 1. Nice job by Ewai to glide into the alley there. If that ball gets by, that's at least 2 bases for Guillen.
Pretty good pitch from R.A. A tailing fastball. Down, outside corner. Good hitting by Guillen. Guillen came into the game 9th in the league in runs scored. And hitting .320 with 20 RBIs. To a great start.
Keeps getting driven in by this guy, Bobby Higginson. We mused about it yesterday, Tom. It was amazing to see this guy right up near the top in the ratio of runs batted in per at bat, because he had hardly any extra base hits.
Yeah, generally, if you're in the top 10 in RBIs or in the category you just mentioned, you're doing it with extra base hits, and in a lot of cases with home runs. He's done it with singles.
Well,
R.A.'s got a quick move for a right-hander. Guillen had strayed a little bit and had a hard time getting back.
We noted earlier, R.A. has already picked off a couple of base runners. Higginson gets around and drives it foul down the right side. Somebody wearing an old Pudge Rodriguez jersey made the catch. Pudge had the tie-breaking home run yesterday, but when you think about it, Tom, that the most important thing that happened in that inning was the man at first base, Carlos Guillen, administered the tack-on run. He had that RBI triple. That ended up being the winning margin. Rangers rallied with 2 in the bottom of the 9th inning. And though at the time that triple just looked like a little icing that the Tigers didn't really need, they did need it. Ball gets away from Gerald Laird. And he's been outstanding for the most part, keeping balls in front of him. That one just scooting by him. Down to second goes Guillen.
If it hit in the dirt, it'll be a wild pitch. It looked like a hit off his glove, and that's probably a pass ball.
And it is. Another RBI opportunity presents itself for Higginson. As you mentioned, Tom, you get a single here. Around comes Guillen again.
Well, Higginson's hitting close to 400 with men in scoring position. When you consider 247 on the season, it tells you the clutch hits he's got.
Just missed in.
It's the one that R.A. likes to start inside and have it tail back over the inside part of the plate. The time it didn't quite get there. Hitter gives up on it. He thinks it's going to be inside, and then with that movement 3 or 4 inches to the inside corner, he takes it, and it's strike 3.
That ball whacks down the line. Foul. And again, going by the radar rating, you figure that's a change, Tom, or was that a breaking ball?
I looked in his glove, and it looked like he had his fingers aligned in a way that would suggest the thing, but it was 75 miles an hour, so it might have been a splitter, maybe. Or maybe he took something off the thing. It looks like a fastball.
Higginson wallops it to right field. It sails all the way back. It is going to go. Higginson had not homered all year till he came to Ameriquest Field. He has homered back-to-back games. It is 2-0 Detroit. And once again, Carlos Guillen got it started with a 2-out hit.
It wasn't hit all that well, but it was hit well enough to get out of the ballpark about 2 rows back, about 354 feet. Fastball up and in. And he got enough of it.
First homer allowed by R.A. Dickey in his last 22 innings. And as he did last night, Higginson loitered at home plate to watch it go. Boy, don't be afraid to mix in a solo home run, Tigers, huh? Here's Monroe curling one towards the corner. That's a fair ball. And Craig Monroe on his way to second base. All this happening with 2 out. Single home run double. Just as the weather turns a little nicer, the Tigers go to work.
Yeah, it was 5 up, 5 down, and now 3 straight hits. Monroe going the other way. Just keeps it fair inside the foul line, right field. A lot of spin on it.
Orel Hershiser is going to get out there to the mound, talk to Dickey now. You know, we talked a little earlier, Tom, about the complete game shutout and the save occurring within 48 hours of each other for R.A. against Detroit last year. Orel came close to a run like that in the playoffs in 1988 NLCS. He saved game 4 for L.A. 3 days later had the complete game shutout of the Mets to get him in the World Series. Wow, what happened there? Orel Hershiser has been tossed by Matt Hollowell.
Generally, when a coach or a manager lingers until the umpire gets out to the mound, he wants to discuss a call, probably a ball or a strike. And however Orel chose to discuss it, the umpire did not want to hear it. You cannot argue balls and strikes with an umpire if in fact that's what Orel did. And it may have been the one fastball on the inside part of the plate. Orel may have felt that it came back and caught the inside corner. I don't know if that's the pitch. If it was the pitch, it would have struck out Bobby Higginson and obviously gotten RA out of the inning without any damage being done. It was called a ball, and of course Higginson went on to hit a home run. Don't know if that's what the conversation was, but to get thrown that quickly, and knowing Orel, who is very reluctant to use any kind of an off-color phrase.
I've never heard him use an off-color word.
I would have to think it was some type of an argument regarding balls and strikes.
And to the letter of the law, I guess that is true. You're not supposed to go out there and question it, but
sometimes you can get away with it. If you do it at home plate and everybody knows what you're doing and it shows up the umpire, you're going to get a quick hook. And sometimes a manager, and like Orel did, you'll wait on the mound without much to talk to the pitcher about, so that the umpire will break it up and say, hey, let's go, guys, and walk out to the mound. And then when he gets there, you may be a little bit hopeful that in that type of a setting you can get away with a different kind of conversation. Obviously he didn't that time.
On the list of players most likely, or coaches most likely to be ejected first in the year 2004, Orel would have had to have been the 1,000,000-to-1 shot.
I would not have picked Orel.
And the fan is getting restless now as Buck picks up the tone here. John Hirschbeck, veteran umpire, comes in between a veteran manager and a young umpire. I've never seen Orel Hershiser tossed from a game. I don't know that I've ever seen a pitching coach tossed while standing on the front slope of the mound. Mark Connor, who is the bullpen coach, could conceivably come in from the bullpen and take over as the acting pitching coach for the rest of the night. I'm sure that's being discussed right now. But a rather bizarre thing to happen has happened. And Omar Infante is finally now going to see a pitch. And it misses inside. If the bullpen phone rings, it might be for that guy. It might be for Goose. Dickey drops in the breaking ball, 1-1. Well, kind of like the thunderstorm that came crashing through here a couple hours ago, Tom. That storm came out of nowhere. Seemed like a very innocent chat going on out there on the mound.
I had a feeling that Orel was going to discuss something with the umpire just because he was lingering out there at a time when there was no one warming up in the bullpen that you'd want to give some extra time to. He was just waiting for Matt Hollowell to get out there to have a discussion. It was not a long discussion.
Pretty good pitch right there, huh? 2-2. The Tigers, like the Rangers, have gotten a lot of production from the bottom of their order this year. In this inning, a home run to Higginson, double for Monroe, and here's Infante at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Got him.
All off-speed pitches.
Damage done, however. The Rangers have lost their pitching coach for the night, and R.A. Dickey gave up a 2-run home run to Higginson. Rangers coming up when we come back.
Tired of endless searches for low fares? Introducing the Southwest Shortcut. Shows you exactly which days our lowest online fares are available. Only at southwest.com.
You are now free to move about the country.
Texans love to celebrate. And right now, your Texas Chevy dealer is celebrating with the Texas Truck Festival. Now get 0% APR financing for qualified buyers for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash on Chevy Tahoe, Suburban, and Trailblazer. Or you can combine bonus cash with current cash back for $4,000 total cash back.
Chevy driving Texas.
It's the Texas Truck Festival, only at your Texas Chevy dealer. Chevy driving Texas.
En cualquier idioma, la acción es magnífico. Los Texas Rangers en el audio secundario de su televisión, toda la temporada aquí en KDFI 27.
The Volkswagen Spring Sales Drive is going on now. That means it's a really good time to get behind the wheel of your very own road-hugging, German-engineered Volkswagen. Each one is packed with cool features and backed by a 4-year, 50,000-mile limited warranty. And now, for a little while at least, you can get a new Jetta GL for just $189 a month. So see your local dealer soon, because like spring, this will be over before you know it.
Mike Teixeira está bateando para 235 con 4 cuadrangulares y 10 remolcadas.
Bajando su promedio, Mark Teixeira. Mañana domingo es Día de las Familias y Día de las Madres.
Sí, y no se olviden el SAP.
Así es cierto, estamos aquí. Está disponible para ustedes las transmisiones aquí en su canal 27. Nada más presione el botoncito en el medio y usted lo escucha completamente en español con José Guzmán y un servidor en su canal 27.
Thank you, gentlemen. I believe the broadcasts are available in SAP. I think I got that. 2-0 the count to Mark Teixeira. Make it 3-0 from Mike Maroth. And a very odd top of the second inning moments ago. Higginson's second home run of the year. An Orel Hershiser ejection of all things. Now Teixeira draws a walk. And we'll see if the Rangers can get those runs back for R.A. Dickey. Tom, to get you back to the story of Mike Maroth, which I agree with you is a story absolutely worth telling. The Tigers gave him the option of sitting on 19 losses and avoiding that indignity of 20. Of course, that would have meant the specter of Brian Kingman going all over the country for many more years with the Voodoo Dolls. Much of the credit for Mike Maroth, he said, no, I want the ball. But the only way I'm going to get better is to keep plugging away. So if I lose 25, I want to send a message that I'm not a quitter. And he ended up losing 21, sending Brian Kingman back in the shadows.
Well, you have to respect him for that. In the long run, not being a quitter and not being afraid to lose 20 is a lot more important than parking yourself on 19. Either way, it has not been a successful season. And I think he gained a lot more respect by going about it the way he did than certain pitchers who may at one point or another sat on 19 because they didn't want to lose 20.
Ball gets away. Pudge is after it, but he will not have a play on Mark Teixeira. He scrambles down to second on a wild pitch from the lefty Mike Maroth. And Brian Jordan trying to bust out here. He is just 2 of 20 so far as a Ranger. Of course, he spent the first 3+ weeks of the regular season on the DL. And the book on Brian Jordan long has been that he absolutely slaughters left-hand pitching. Rangers would love him to fall back into that form. They've got left-hand starters in this game and the one tomorrow afternoon to face.
Game within the game. Rangers face left-handed starters the next 2 games. They're 4-5 this year against left-handed starters. Obviously a much better record against right-handed starters. So the game within the game will be to see how they do against Maroth tonight, a left-hand pitcher.
Jordan will curl it towards left. Grabbed by Craig Monroe. Yeah, Texas 14-6 against the righties. Brad Fulmer, Lance Nix, a couple of hot bats early in the year. Brian Jordan knows he's got to get it going. Herbert Perry would like to get it going too. And those two will have a chance to play, you would think, the next couple of games. Eric Young will play as well, right-handed hitter. Of course, EY's had it going right out of spring training. Eric batting .362.
Yeah, I think for Brian Jordan, it's just a matter of being healthy enough to get some regular playing time so that he can get his timing and get in a groove. His playing time has been kind of choppy, broken up, trying to get 100% healthy again. Once he gets into a good groove, obviously he'll take off and the numbers will go from there.
Both of the Youngs on the Texas Rangers have batting averages in the 360s or 370s. Michael Young, top 5 in the league at 373 coming in. Eric Young lines it down the left field line. That is foul. Here's another guy, Tom, right out of spring training. You talked about the veteran additions that the Rangers made. There's a lot of talk about the young guys, but getting the right veterans that buy into the program, unselfish players. I think Eric Young is at the head of that class.
I think every guy the Rangers signed, they kind of hit the jackpot on that qualification. Of course, when you have the kind of young players the Rangers have, it's a lot easier for a veteran to buy into the program. There are some teams and certain young players that don't immediately gain the respect of veteran players, and it's a little more difficult to expect them to do that. But when you see how these kids go about their business, practice, and play the game, it's a little bit easier to get the veteran players to buy into that. In fact, it's very easy.
On the ground to third for Infante. Scares Teixeira back to second, and EY is out. So Mike Maroth, after the leadoff walk, gets a fly out and a bounce out. It's left up to Kevin Mensch. The Rangers, with a win tonight, Tag, would get to 19-11. That has happened just twice before in the history of this franchise. 19 wins after 30 games. It happened in 1998. It happened back in 1976. And that's it.
1976. I was here then. I don't even remember that.
You were responsible for at least 8 of those wins single-handedly, I was told.
Probably. No, believe me, if I was, I would remember it. Yeah, the Angels have been hot. The Angels have won 8 out of 10. They're 20-10. They won last night. Beat Tampa Bay 1-0. John Lackey with a complete game shutout.
Pride of Abilene.
2 big-time starts in a row for John.
Yeah, after it looked like he might lose his start or 2 or 3.
He was struggling a little bit when he pitched against the Rangers, but he is not struggling anymore. He's got too much talent. Big, strong kid, putting it together right now.
Kevin Mensch has hit safely in 11 out of 12 games. This one skips away from Pudge, and Teixeira will take third. Another wild pitch.
Well, a walk and 3 wild pitches. That'll be an interesting run. Well, Maroth is a pitcher who obviously tries to hit the corners and keep the ball down. Pudge tried to block that one. It came up on him, kicked off the heel of his glove, and went by him.
Taking here, it'll be runners at the corners for Gerald Laird. Yet another 318 hitter from the bottom of the order, Tom. Mensch 318, number 8 spot. Laird 318 from the 9 spot.
And we'll look at the last 3 guys in the lineup. Both of them hitting 318, and then Eric Young hitting 362. Last 3 guys in the lineup, all well over 300.
Bob Cluck shares a name with the mayor of Arlington, Robert Cluck. Goes to the mound. He used to be in the Rangers system. And he's the guy, Tom, that introduced that tandem starter concept for the minor leagues here for the Rangers. That's a team of 2 pitchers that are named that night's starters. One throws a maximum of 70 pitches that night, so does the other. Then they each come back 2 days later and do it again. That way, not only are pitch counts kept down, but the pitchers get more work on the mound. Twice a week minimum instead of once a week sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's a good plan for the minor leagues because it teaches, among a lot of things, the starting pitcher knows that he has to go 5 innings to get a win. And if he wants to get a win, he better go 5 innings and 70 pitches.
Right. Which
means you concentrate on throwing strikes and making good pitches and making the other team put the ball in play. If you walk a lot of batters, you have no chance to go 5 innings and 70 pitches, and you have no chance to get a win.
Right, the other guy behind you is going to vulture that W right from you.
Come right in. And then they flip-flop it, so you're in the same position the next time around.
Inside to Gerald Laird.
What was my call early today? Right here.
Little Gerald Laird action in the 2nd inning,
yep.
huh?
Has not hit one yet. Looking for his first. Couldn't pick a better spot for it.
He's got the hitters count now, 3-1, and you know that Mike Maroth doesn't want to face Mike Young with the bases loaded. So you'd have to imagine Laird's going to get a halfway decent pitch coming up.
Now Gerald's thinking 3-1. He's throwing a couple of cutters or sliders inside. Is he going to come with a fastball or try to throw that same pitch in on me?
Oh, he fouled it right back.
He had the fastball, had a big swing at it, fouled it back.
Mike Maroth, they say, has really worked on that cutter so he can use it inside to righties, set up his other stuff on the outside corner.
He made the pitch he wanted to. Good fastball inside. Looked like a changeup right here.
And Michael Young is coming up with the bases loaded. Maroth has walked the bases loaded here in the 2nd inning. And as you check the forward leaderboard, here's what we were referencing earlier. It doesn't matter where you look, Michael Young is going to be number 1. Chances are.
Offensively, defensively, almost everywhere you look. It's been a positive start and more for Michael Young.
4 for 7 lifetime against Mike Maroth. And the first one misses down.
Had a chance to chat with Mike's dad tonight down in the dugout before the game. And he said, it's going to take a while for Mike to adjust to the new position. And I said, yeah, it did. It took him about 2 days. I think he's already made that adjustment. You're just being very modest.
Mike thought he was looking at 2-0. Instead, it is 1-1. 3 walks, 2 wild pitches in the inning.
That adds up to 19 balls and 16 strikes.
After a quick time of it in the first for Maroth. Hot shot, base hit. Boy, you just had that feeling, didn't you? 2-2 game.
Well, there's not a hitter on the team, and there's a lot of good hitters and a lot of hot hitters that you'd rather see up in that situation than Michael. With very few exceptions all season long, he's come through. The 1-0 pitch that he took was a borderline strike down around the knees. He took it for strike 1. The 1-1 pitch was the same pitch down. That might have been a cutter. Oh, Michael almost is almost saying there, well, if the one before it's going to be a strike, I better swing at this one. And he set his sights down a little bit lower and ripped it into center field.
You know, one of the other stats where Michael is very close to being top of the charts is runs batted in. He's just a couple behind Troy Gloss now. Let's not forget Mike Young is a leadoff hitter.
And you know, that speaks to what we've talked about all season long, how well the bottom of the order has done for the Rangers, that they've given him those opportunities for RBIs. If you don't have men on base, you can't get RBIs. And the bottom of the order has done so well for the Rangers. You go back 10 days or so to the game where the bottom of the order, the last 4 guys in the lineup scored 13 runs. It's given Michael some opportunities to drive in runs. And then The second part of it is he's cashing them in.
Young now hitting .375 for the year. Leads the team in homers, leads the team in runs batted in. Second on the team in stolen bases. If he's not your all-star shortstop, something's very wrong. Roth, after a 9-pitch first inning, has stumbled into a 30-pitch second inning. He's already walked 3. And he's very close to walking his 4th.
The walks this year have not been a huge problem for him. Coming into the game, 38 innings and 10 walks, which is less than 3 walks per 9 innings, which is pretty good.
That is walk number 4. And if I may speak in the third person for a moment, Tag, time for your partner to make a call now.
All right.
Alfonso Soriano coming up.
Trying to get the Rangers out in front here early.
Well, the Rangers did this to Maroth in his start here last year. They had 6 runs on the board through 2 innings. And they coasted to a 7-4 win. That's what the Rangers are looking for here. 6 on the board. If Soriano can come up with that big swing. It was a big swing, but it was a good pitch.
Roth had a feeling that Alfonso would be looking for a fastball. Threw him a changeup on that first pitch, and Alfonso was jumping on the first pitch he saw. Was a little bit out in front of it.
Once again, Pudge had to go knock one down.
Got away from Roth. He almost fell on the play. There was some rain, obviously, before the game, but Tom Burns and his crew have the field in great shape. I don't think that had anything to do with it. He just slipped on that one.
That one bends outside 2-1. You didn't say some rain, right?
It rained for some time, and it rained hard. That one clap of lightning and thunder, clap of thunder and lightning, felt like it was right on top of the pitcher's mound. Had everybody running for cover.
On the ground towards the hole at short. And it gets it in. It gets into right field. 1 run already in. 2 runs in. Trying for 3. Out at the plate as Pudge dove across to tag Blaylock. But the Rangers end up with a 4-run inning. The throw sailed away from the second baseman, Vigna. And at the end of 2, 4-2 Texas.
This is it.
What is this?
Introducing the full-size 5.6-liter V8 Nissan Armada.
Where are we?
Share the adventure.
What's hot in activewear? The Bengay Pain Relieving Patch. It's what everyone's wearing to get deep heating relief in a patch that lasts up to 8 hours. Try on the Bengay Pain Relieving Patch. It's what's hot in pain relief.
Hey, sensor users, think you've got the best shave? Well, it just got better. 2 blades became 3. Introducing Gillette Sensor 3, the best sensor shave ever. So now, think 3. New Sensor 3 from Gillette.
King of the Hill, weeknights at 6 on KDFI 27.
In Texas, we know a good truck when we see one. Introducing the new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. With plenty of room for all the things that matter most. Plus more standard horsepower than Ford or Dodge, all in one smooth riding truck. The new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. It's the Texas Truck Festival. Get 0% APR financing plus $1,000 bonus cash on a Silverado half-ton crew cab. Chevy, driving Texas.
Kind of an odd way to begin this game. The Rangers do lead the Tigers 4-2. Tossing Oral Hershiser out of a baseball game, I'd suggest to you, Tom, is like tossing the pastor out of church. Oral is not a guy that is very explosive usually.
Well, chances are the conversation wasn't very explosive, but he must have said it in a tone or a phrase that got the attention of the umpire. In any event, the Rangers bounce back with 4 quick runs.
Sanchez lines one to left field, and now here comes Detroit. Sanchez with terrific speed is going to coast into second base with a leadoff double against R.A. Dickey. And the Tigers maybe have found a little confidence now after getting swept in Anaheim. They rallied for that 8-7 win here yesterday. And here's Sanchez knifing a double to left field.
Sanchez, as we mentioned last night, loves to bunt, but he hasn't bunted in this game. He's hit the ball in the air. Not a guy known for a lot of extra base hits.
So the former Tennessee Volunteer, Mr. Dickey, will go to work on Fernando Vina now. And Vina will squirt one into right field. The Tigers are going to make this a 4-3 game. Just by a diving Alfonso Soriano. Right after Soriano had driven in a run. And that scoring, by the way, in the bottom of the second, Tom. Infield single, RBI, E6. Vina is the runner now. He's got halfway decent speed. Pudge Rodriguez coming up.
And just a little ground ball that found a hole between first and second. Would have moved the runner to third if it was turned into an out. As it was, it went through and scored the run.
R.A. very close to picking off his third base runner of the year.
Looked like Vina might have hurt his leg last night trying to beat out a ball at first base. Favored it toward the end of the game, but obviously he's okay, well enough to play today.
Reaches out and sends it into center. There's Kevin Mensch to lock it up. Vina tags, but he's not nuts. He'll go back to first base. We have a guest in the booth here in the third inning, Tag. I know you know him well. And boy, he is in charge of something very special, I think. We have with us, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wayne Pogue. And obviously well known here in the Metroplex, but you're branching out. You're leaving where you've been. And tell us about what you started up here. It looks dynamite.
Well, I was the athletic director at Dallas Baptist University and left last year to start the Texas Collegiate League.
Mark Teixeira out of Georgia Tech, by the way, will make that catch. And we're going to see, I guess, in this area, Wayne, we're going to see all kinds of top-notch college talent. It all starts about, what, 4 weeks from now?
That's right. We start June the 8th.
Where will your kids come from?
We have players from 75 colleges.
Wow.
We have kids from Stanford. Most of our kids are Texas kids. We have a lot of kids from the Big 12, Texas, Texas A&M, Rice. But we have kids from Stanford to Florida State, North Carolina State, and we have kids from all over.
Now, is it strictly college? Will there be any high school kids eligible?
No.
Just college
kids? Yeah, it is all college kids. And, we try to go after kids that we consider to be prospects. And play with wood bats and give scouts an opportunity to see how these guys do with a wood bat in their hand.
That's great. I know that one of the ownership groups is one you're probably going to have a lot of problems with.
Which one would that be, Tag?
That would be Randy Galloway and Tim Reeves. Now, have you got a plan in place to try to handle those two guys?
No, actually, they've been great.
Wait till the games start.
Randy said as soon as he became an owner, he wanted to fire somebody.
Well, I just hope that other reporters aren't shy on writing about his ability to own one of these teams.
Tom Grieve, ladies and gentlemen, the 0-1 pitch.
I can't wait for one of their columnists to get all over the ownership group of their ball. Which club do they own?
Weatherford.
Weatherford.
The Wranglers.
Yeah.
The Weatherford
I'll
Wranglers.
be keeping an eye on how they run that team.
I love it. They're in the Rogers Hornsby division. The other division is the Tris Speaker division. And all around the Metroplex, Colleyville Grapevine, the team that was supposed to be in South Lake. I will reserve comment on that whole thing. Glad they found a home. Sorry it's not in South Lake personally, but Colleyville Grapevine, I'll go. That's close to where I am. Capel's got a team. Highland Park, they'll play at Scotland Yard, right?
Right.
The McKinney Marshalls, beautiful new complex up there, right?
Right.
Now, how did you find the coaches for the teams?
Well, we worked with the teams at Minor, but they're mainly college kids. I mean, college coaches. And we have a couple of high school guys that have been coaching for a long time. But
are the coaches responsible for recruiting the players, or the owners? How do you recruit the players?
Well, Tom, we did it a little differently than the other. You know, the most famous leagues are probably, you know, obviously the Cape Cod League and the Alaska League. We did things a little differently. Because of the time frame we were in, I really knew we wanted to be in that category right away. So we recruited those players at the league level. Darren Hall, who is a former major league player, helped me, and we really went after the guys, and we kind of did a draft, which is a little unique, and I think we'll continue to do that because college coaches like it because they don't have to deal with 10 different teams. They just deal with us, and the draft was actually kind of a fun thing.
So you recruited a pool of players, and then the teams drafted from that pool of players?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a great way to do it. There's an all-star game, by the way, out in Graham at Steers Stadium on July the 12th. The Futures game right here at the I almost did it again, at Ameriquest Field. Pena lines one deep to right. Jordan at the track will gather it in, and Wayne, I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot and hearing a lot of the league. Good luck to you.
Okay,
Sounds great.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. It is still 4-3 Rangers here at Ameriquest Field in Arlington.
These low fares to your favorite vacation destinations start at just $49.
You are now free to move about the country.
Texans love to celebrate. And right now, your Texas Chevy dealer is celebrating with the Texas Truck Festival. Now get 0% APR financing for qualified buyers for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash on Chevy Tahoe, Suburban, and Trailblazer. Or you can combine bonus cash with current cash back for $4,000 total cash back.
Chevy driving Texas.
It's the Texas Truck Festival, only at your Texas Chevy dealer. Chevy driving Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Way to go.
This is all right.
In 2003, Hank Blaylock homered off Tim Hudson. He tripled off Maddox, went yard against Clemens, got hits off Messina, Pedro, Mariano Rivera, and Billy Wagner's 100-plus heat. And he did pretty well in his one-at-bat against Eric Gagne. All in his first full season. So you've got a lot to look forward to over the next few years. Unless, of course, you're Barry Zito, or Derek Lowe, or Troy Percival, or Roy Halladay, or Gene.
Texas Ranger Baseball brought to you by the truly free checking account at Washington Mutual. More human interest, and by Chevrolet. See your Texas Chevy dealer. See Herbert Perry hit. Herbert hit. Rangers lead the Tigers 4-3. We're in the bottom of the third. We had a lot of rain pass through here a couple hours before the game. We had an ejection of a pitching coach, strangely enough, in the second inning. Now things seem to be calming down somewhat. Although you never know. Herbert Perry takes. And Mike Maroth continues to struggle finding the strike zone here.
The Rangers scored 4 in the second. 3 of the batters that walked scored. And Blaylock almost scored. He was thrown out by Higginson on the error that Ian made, or all 4 of the walks would have scored.
to the phone. And it would appear that in the other dugout, pitching coach 2.0 has appeared on the scene.
I mentioned that Maroth had walked 10 batters in 38 innings. He's already walked 5 tonight.
Well, the Rangers, for the most part, continue to be patient here. Mike Maroth, last time out, actually left with a 6-3 lead in Anaheim. The bullpen gave it up. The Tigers lost that game 11-9. '26-year-old left-hander. The Rangers will face a lefty even younger than that tomorrow in Nate Robertson, 105 game. Kenny Rogers will go for Texas. On the ground to third for Infante. He'll shuttle it to second base, and they'll settle for that, the fielder's choice. Teixeira now running instead of Terry. Chris Dingman is the man warming up in the Tiger bullpen. Or Craig Dingman, excuse me. Brian Jordan, it is Brian, right? Coming up for the Rangers.
Yes, it is.
All right, just checking.
Dingman warmed up in last night's ballgame.
This would appear to be the kind of matchup, Tom, where Brian Jordan might be able to bust out a little bit. Brian's a gap hitter. Looks fastball. When he gets the fastball middle in, get those gloves ready in the left field bleachers. Sweeps it along to third. On to Vigna, 1. Got him, the double play.
That's about as quick as you'll see a double play turned. Infante at third has been a shortstop, and Vigna, they say, turns it as quickly as any second baseman. And that's not a very hard hit ball to turn a double play on. It's about as nicely as you'll see it done.
Excuse me, are you happy with the choices in your 401ks?
When my only real choice was company stock?
I've had 5 jobs, so 5 401ks. Who knows?
I'm happy now. I rolled over my old 401ks to TD Waterhouse. Thanks, guys.
Choice lets you diversify. At TD Waterhouse, they offer CDs, stocks, bonds, and thousands of mutual funds, including 1,500 with no transaction fee. If you want more choice, choose TD Waterhouse, the alternative to higher-priced brokers like Merrill and Schwab.
Hats off to Mom. She knew how to start your day off right. No toasty flakes for you. What you need is the kind of hot, hearty breakfast that would earn Mom's stamp of approval. So come on by Whataburger and get yourself a real breakfast. We're serving it up from 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. How about that, Mom?
What a burger!
Just like you like it.
In Texas, we know a good truck when we see one. Introducing the new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. With plenty of room for all the things that matter most. Plus more standard horsepower than Ford or Dodge, all in one smooth riding truck. The new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. It's the Texas Truck Festival. Get 0% APR financing plus $1,000 bonus cash on a Silverado half-ton crew cab. Chevy. Drive in Texas.
Rangers up 4-3, folks. You can bring the whole family to a ball game with the Racetrack Rangers Family Pack. The family pack includes 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 soft drinks, and it starts for just $49. You can choose from 3 seating options. Additional person discounts available. Call 817-273-5100. And a great crowd turning out tonight. Fireworks after the game tonight, weather permitting.
A lot of fireworks before the game. Glad to see we're going to have them after the game as well.
See if R.A. Dickey can settle in now, facing Guillen, Higginson, and Monroe. There's a chop ball to first. That's a good start. Guillen has been the hottest Detroit Tiger in this series. He's retired on 1 pitch. Now Dickey against Higginson for round 2, Tom. And last time they battled, Higginson won out.
We're going to look at all the pitches to Higginson eventually and see if maybe one of those pitches or some of those pitches may have been at the root of Oral Hershiser's ejection. We can only guess that that's what the discussion involved. But it's probably a pretty good guess. Higginson saw a number of pitches in that at bat. Some of them were pretty close. He eventually ended up hitting a 2-run homer.
Higginson has been a Tiger for a while now. It was part of all the carnage that they had to suffer through last year when they bottomed out at 80 games under 500. I didn't say 18, by the way. 80. They were 38 and 118 at one point. Then rallied. They won 5 of 6 at the end.
I saw it written somewhere, Josh, the Tigers can improve by 36 games this year and still be under 500.
As we said yesterday, it takes a while to turn a battleship around. Higginson this time draws a walk. And let's take you back to that other at bat where Higginson eventually did hit that home run.
Look at the pitch by pitch. First pitch is high and away, a fastball. Fouled off, 1 ball and 1 strike. That looked like a strike. Ball low, 2-2.
That's the one
that may have been the questionable one. Fouled another one off. And then after several inside pitches, he was able to hit a home run. You can see, RA, where was that pitch? And I'm pretty sure the one you just mentioned, Josh, is the one that RA was talking about. Would have been called strike 3. Very close pitch. RA didn't get the call. Higginson got the call. And a couple of pitches later, it was a 2-run homer.
Craig Monroe, also part of all that went wrong for the Tigers last year. The one shining moment Detroit had, the Tigers had in calendar year 2003, Tom. Dmitri Young and Alan Trammell made an appearance on the Oprah Winfrey Show. Young taking batting practice against a lifelong Tiger fan, one of those nice human interest deals. And just to underscore the lack of respect for the Tigers last year, Oprah kept calling Alan Trammell Alan Trammell. He should have said, "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Winfrey." Things are turning around, though. They are up to 14 and 15 this year.
Good movement on that fastball. Tailed right in on his fist and probably a little bit out of the strike zone.
Inside.
Same pitch, he took it.
Number 9 hitter Infante on deck. Dickey fed Infante a steady diet of breaking stuff to get out of the second inning. See if he pitches around Monroe on 3-1. With the runner in motion, a little bloop. Right center, it's going to drop. And Higginson wasn't sure what was going to happen with that ball. He had stopped in between first and second. Now Jordan and Mensch just kind of watched it drop in there. The second baseman Soriano wasn't back on it.
Well, once Soriano went to cover second, he had no chance to get back. If he was able to hold his ground, if Higginson wasn't running, chances are he might have been able to get back to catch that ball. Monroe hit it right off the fist. You see Higginson, where Higginson is right now, he might as well keep running, because if it's caught by an outfielder, he's going to be doubled off first base by 40 feet anyway. Right. Once you get into that area, you're in no man's land. You shouldn't be able to be deked by an outfielder or have any second guesses, because you're out anyway. If he catches it, you might as well keep running. And with one out, there's a big difference between being on third or being on second.
Well, Dickey, who was in complete command of the Tigers last year when he faced them, has been running uphill tonight. As we've chronicled, though, it's a much different Tiger team than a year ago.
Well, the younger guys that they play have another year of experience under their belt. Sanchez, Pena, Monroe, Infante, Munson when he's in the lineup. So they're more experienced. And you add Vina, Rodriguez, White, Guillen. You've got 4 new veteran players. And Higginson, who has been hitting better this year, more like the old Bobby Higginson than he has the last couple of years. And it's a dramatically improved offensive team.
That's the big piece of the puzzle that was added, Mr. Rodriguez.
Well, when you walk into a team with Hall of Fame credentials and a World Series ring and a work ethic like Pudge has, and that smile and enthusiasm, you can't help but affect the team before it ever takes the field, just in attitude alone.
Meantime, Dickey falls behind this number 9 hitter Infante, 3-1. And a 300 hitter looms on deck in Alex Sanchez. Runners both go. And a shot into center field, a base hit to tie the game. It'll be first and third and just 1 out. Twice the Tigers. They've gotten the hit and run to pay off now. And Dickey digging himself that hole by falling behind 3-1. The bottom of the order. Higginson, Monroe, Infante, walk, single.
Well, Infante had a huge year in winter ball over in Venezuela, made the Latin American All-Star team. Infante hit about 350, hit a bunch of home runs, knocked in a bunch of runs. He's carrying it over into the season. Got a base hit and an RBI right there. Got a high inside fastball and ripped it up the middle. We'll have the highlight of all highlights if R.A. backhanded that ball behind his back. Occasionally you'll see a one-hopper, but I don't believe I've ever seen a line drive backhanded.
Sanchez trying to power up here. He loves to bunt, and even in this situation, you don't put it past him. 4-4 game, runners at the corners. Let's see if the Tigers order up anything that remotely resembles a squeeze. Blaylock in on the grass at third. There is the squeeze. And it's going to be 5-4 Detroit. Sanchez is safe. He led the league in bunts in play last year by a bushel. He's at it again this year, too. And the Tigers on walks, in singles, and now a bunt. Go in the lead at 5-4.
In that situation, it's more of a safety squeeze. You can see the runner at third base was Monroe. He didn't break until he saw the bunt go down, and it's such a good bunt that Tex has no chance to get Monroe, even though he really wasn't breaking like he would on a traditional squeeze play. We would call that more of a safety squeeze. The runner waits to see the bunt, sees that it's a good bunt, knows he can score, and even if he doesn't score, it's such a good bunt that Sanchez may have been able to beat Tex to the bag anyway.
Well, here comes Matt Hollowell out to the mound. He and Mark Connor don't even look at each other. With Orel Hershiser already having been ejected. Doug Brocail has gotten up in the Ranger bullpen as Dickey continues to struggle against these Tigers. Four consecutive one-out base runners. Vina will take off the plate, 1-0.
Billy Martin used to have a sign for the hitter, which was a bunt for a base hit sign that he would use occasionally with a man at third base. Normally a different situation than that. Normally a hitter that might not be inclined to bunt in a situation where the third baseman was playing back a little bit. And I don't know for sure whether that was a sign from Alan Trammell, whether Sanchez decided to drag a bunt, try to beat it out on his own. regardless of what it was, it turned out to be an RBI bunt single.
Facing a guy who makes plenty of contact now, Vina. And he'll lift it and back to second base. Michael Young will make the call. And now 2 down. That stops the run for now. 4 straight ahead reach for the Tigers. And Pudge Rodriguez stepping in. Last night off Jeff Nelson. Just a chip shot home run to right field.
Slicing line drive that cleared it by about 1.5 feet.
Kirk Gibson was telling us after the game, he went over. If you saw the shot we had in the dugout yesterday when Gibson went over and draped an arm around Pudge, Gibson said he told him, hey, I bet you used to do that a lot here, didn't you?
Well, about enough to go to the Hall of Fame.
Slammed foul. Both Pudge Rodriguez and Kirk Gibson have World Series rings. Kirk Gibson has 2 of them, actually. The Tigers in '84, then the Dodgers in '88. Pudge is now in possession of that 229 diamond teal monstrosity that the Marlins handed out.
How is Gibby enjoying coaching as opposed to broadcasting?
He says it's real different. I can only imagine. 1-1 pitch. Make it 1-2. Well, there was a lot of to-do when Kirk Gibson left Detroit to go off as a free agent and join the LA Dodgers. There was certainly much made of when Pudge left here to go off to the Marlins. Like a hired gun, you know, it goes down there, wins the World Series. My work here is done, says Pudge. I'm off to the next town. And I guess Pudge was seen this offseason as maybe kind of like baseball's Norm Nixon. Nixon won a couple of titles with the Lakers, didn't feel enough love from management, bolted for the last place Clippers. More love, a lot less wins, and that's what everyone had figured Pudge was signing on for with Detroit, but he's been a difference maker. This is about a 500 team. This ball up the middle. He took it right past the mound. It's now Detroit 6 and the Rangers 4. Once again, Pudge coming up with a big 2-out hit.
He hit a pretty good pitch, which is not unusual for Pudge. There's probably not 3 or 4 hitters in the big leagues who can hit pitches out of the strike zone harder than Pudge Rodriguez. And this was a pitch that may have been a borderline strike, might have been a little low. And he rips it up the middle for an RBI hit.
R.A. Dickey loves to compete, but he will not be able to compete anymore tonight. Buck will take him out. Doug Brocail is coming in. Just not R.A.'s night. It is 6-4 Tigers here in the top of the 4th. We'll be right back.
Win 1, they call you a champion. Win 4, they call you a dynasty. What do they call you when you win 13 years in a row? A BMW. The 3 Series was named one of Car and Driver's 10 Best for 2004, an unprecedented 13th consecutive year. Test drive the legendary 3 Series today. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Todd?
At Hotels.com, we really know our way around hotels. We visit thousands of hotels to find you the best prices at the best places. Hotels.com. Best prices, best places. Guaranteed.
The Lone Star Edition Dodge Ram hauls more than Texas pride. With 20-inch wheels and its available 345 horsepower Hemi, it also hauls the title most powerful pickup in its class. Now get a Lone Star Edition Ram with 0% financing or $4,250 in total values. Plus our 770 powertrain limited warranty. So grab the truck that outperforms Chevy, Ford, Nissan, and Toyota. The Lone Star Edition Dodge Ram.
R.A. Dickey has been chased out of the game. There's 2 down in the top of the 4th. The Tigers have 2 on. And former Detroit Tiger Doug Brocail is coming out of the bullpen to face Rondell White.
This will be Doug's 4th game. He had a scoreless inning last night for the Rangers against the Tigers. And this is his ball game right here. Right now it's RA's to lose, but Doug's to win.
Doug Brocail coolly, calmly gets a comebacker to get the Rangers out of the inning. But a 3 spot in the top of the 4th. And the Rangers have some catching up to do when we come back.
Out of all the trucks in Texas, only one has best-in-class towing, payload, and low-end torque. Only one has an interior as quiet as a luxury car, the strongest frame in its class, and largest cargo box volume. So if you're in the market for a new truck, how many should you test drive? Exactly. Now get a new 2004 F-150 Super Crew and save big with $1,000 cash back. Only at your Texas Ford dealer.
This will be the greatest war the world has ever seen. We need the greatest warrior.
They're waiting for me.
I won't ask you to fight my war. You already have. The loser will burn before nightfall.
Before my time is done, I will look down on your corpse and smile.
Troy, a Wolfgang Peterson film. Rated R, May 14th.
Free checking? That's easy to find. But I'm looking for the best bank, not trade-offs. In other words, free is not enough.
Introducing Chase Power Checking. It's free checking with direct deposit that gives you all the power and expertise of Chase, plus a whole lot more. And with so many locations, switching to Chase is easy. Switch to Chase, where free checking is worth having.
King of the Hill, weeknights at 6 on KDFI 27.
Well, the Tigers' bats have woken up here in Arlington. They have scored 14 runs in 13 innings in this series. Came back to beat the Rangers yesterday by the score of 8-7. They have scored the last 4 runs of this game to take the lead 6-4. Rangers coming up with Eric Young, Kevin Mench, and Gerald Laird, 3 righties, against the young lefty Mike Maroth. And don't forget, tomorrow it's a 1:05 first pitch. Nate Robertson against Kenny Rogers. Young lefty against not so young lefty. The game will be on KDFW Fox 4 tomorrow. You are cordially invited to spend Mother's Day right here at Ameriquest Field in Arlington. Eric Young bounced out in the second inning. Of course, Mother's Day means one very special thing in this booth. It is the annual call to Tom's mom.
This will be the third annual. I was talking to my mother today, and she said, "Are you going to call tomorrow?" And I said, "No, actually, this call will serve as your Happy Mother's Day call." And she goes, "No, that's not what I mean. I mean, will I be on your game?" I said, "Oh, yeah. I forgot all about that. Yes, you will." She said, "Well, I just need to plan when to eat my dinner and when I should be at home. I should have it all coordinated."
That one's just fouled down the line. Yeah, your mom is all about the publicity, you know.
She wants to, I think, get a good night's sleep and kind of concentrate on what she might want to talk about.
The William Hung of Pittsfield, Massachusetts. It's just all about getting out there and getting some love.
Yep. She's a diehard Yankee fan, so I'm not going to ask her about that.
Young flies out to right center. 1 up, 1 down here in the 4th. By the way, the Yankees are coming in here The weekend of May the 22nd, a 7:05 game that Friday night. 3:10 on national television Saturday afternoon, the 22nd. Then a 1:05 game on Sunday, the 23rd. That's part of a 6-game homestand, beginning with the Kansas City Royals in town May the 18th. Almiroff drops in the breaking ball. Mensch down 0-1. Try and check some scores in this inning. Busy Saturday around baseball. Toronto beat Chicago today 4-2. Joe Crede, home run number 7 for the White Sox. On the ground, rolled over to the shortstop. Guillen throws out Mensch. Boy, Boston has apparently turned things around, Tag. 9-1, the Red Sox over Kansas City. Pokey Reese, a pair of home runs. One inside the park and one outside the park. Folks, you are enjoyed. Let me start that again. You're invited to join the fun in the Gold Club every Friday home game, Margarita Fridays. Ask about Gold Club access when you purchase your Ranger tickets when you log on to TexasRangers.com. Baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and margaritas. For the most part, Maroth has done a nice job getting the Rangers to hit the ball on the ground tonight. This ball, though, in the air. Monroe called off by Sanchez, and the Rangers down in order here in the 4th. Detroit looking to take the first 2 games of this series.
Remember how great the last day of school was? That's what getting away on a Southwest Airlines Fun Fair feels like. These low fares to your favorite vacation spots are available any day of the week and start at just $49.
You are now free to move about the country.
Can Buck Showalter still play chopsticks? Can Oral Hershiser remember George Washington's wife's name?
Who is Martha?
Can Hank Blaylock remember his wife's name? We'll answer these questions at the Park Place dealership's Texas Rangers Triple Play. Your favorite Rangers compete in classic game show games. It benefits the Texas Rangers Foundation May 9th at the Gaylord Texan Resort. Call 817-273-5100. And the best part, I'm not a rookie, so I don't have to sing again. Was in the spring.
When the full moon is out, anything can happen. And in Brooklyn, the Livin' and Lovin' take on Academy Award-winning Dimensions, the movie that gave Cher an Oscar. And she actually got to keep it. Moonstruck, tomorrow night at 7 on KDFI 27. I do not believe we have a moon to show you tonight. It's clouded over a little bit. And a massive rainstorm a couple hours before the game, but
got a great crowd to show you, that's for sure.
40,000 plus tonight, despite that rain that threatened to chase everybody away. Doug Brocail will deal to his former team, the Detroit Tigers. The Tigers having pushed R.A. Dickey out of the game with a 3-run 4th inning. The Motor City Kitties lead it 6-4. And Tom will get back to some other scores in this inning. Oakland lost today. The A's, another one of their patented stumble starts. Seems like every April and May they're under 500. Every October they're in the playoffs.
Yep.
Minnesota beat him in 10, 3-2. Jacques Jones hit a home run for the Twins. The Orioles came back to beat Cleveland. 10-7 was that final. Though for the Tribe, Jody Garrett hit home run number 4. Former Ranger Travis Hafner number 5. Pena went too far, 2-2. In a game that we'll be eyeballing tonight, Tampa Bay at Anaheim. The Angels on that 7-game win streak have the best record in baseball now. They've taken that title away from the Rangers. Anaheim is 20-10. You know what's scary about that? If it weren't for the Rangers clobbering the Angels this year, they'd be what, 18-5?
Well, thank goodness the Rangers have had their number.
Carlos Pena leads the league in strikeouts. Gets a piece of that one. Remember, he was supposed to be part of the process as the Rangers look to retool here. He ended up getting traded away, first to Oakland, then to Detroit. Breaks his bat and fouls it down into the right field seats. Wow, one-handed catch up there too, following the broken bat. My hero, look at that.
Kept the beer in one hand, everybody dry, and made the catch. Check it out. Wow, he speared that thing. A couple drops, but not too bad. Looked like a cut fastball that dug through right in on Pena's fist.
Carlos Pena, very athletic, very poised in the field. Got a sweet line drive stroke at the plate too. Here he walks. Brocail left it up. When Pena was coming up with the Rangers, we heard about this guy as kind of a, I guess the high upside would have been Keith Hernandez as the comparison. Although Pena has never cameoed on Seinfeld, to my knowledge. Never asked Jerry to help him move. Never tried to pick up a lane. But I digress.
Wasn't it Keith Hernandez that got spit on in the Seinfeld episode?
Yes, well, it was Keith Hernandez who was incorrectly pegged as being.
Oh, that's right.
Turned out that I believe Roger McDowell was the legendary second spitter. Brocail deals right on the corner to Carlos Guillen. And the Rangers trying to find a way to handle Carlos Guillen, who came close to hitting for the cycle last night. His former team, the Mariners, taking on the Yankees tonight. Mike Mussina against Gil Mesh a little bit later. And the Mariners coming into that game tonight, Tom, 12-17. They've had to rally to get it that good. They've won 3 out of 4. And the Rangers currently half a dozen games in front of Seattle. Once again, the off-speed stuff missing up from Doug Brocail, 2-2. If you're just joining us, Detroit had taken a 2-0 lead in the second. The Rangers took advantage of a wild Mike Maroth, and they scored 4 times in the bottom of the second inning, took a 4-2 lead. All of that after Oral Hershiser, of all people, had been asked to leave the game by young home plate umpire Matt Hollowell. I do not have a recorded instance of an Oral Hershiser ejection as a player or a coach. You can ask Oral about that after the game. Runner goes, and a foul ball from Guillen.
He's not the only coach to be thrown out of a game today. John Tamargo from Houston and Roy Oswalt were thrown out of a game in the 8th inning for arguing balls and strikes. And again, we don't know if that's what Oral did. We assume it was. You could make a pretty good bet, though, that it was not as strenuous an argument as the one in Houston. This one lasted about 5 seconds.
Right. Down and in. And the first 2 men here in the 5th have walked against Doug Brocail. Doug's going to have to face a buddy of his, a guy he got along with very well in Detroit, Bobby Higginson.
Well, he was ahead in the count to both Pena and Guillen, way ahead to Guillen. Let a couple of breaking balls get away from him to Guillen. Guillen got back in the count and then worked the walk.
There's the first pitch strike. A lot of similarities, I think, Tom, between Higginson and Brocail. I can understand why they'd be fast friends. Two guys that play the game hard. I got to look at a tape of a game from back. I believe it was in the year 2000, maybe 2001. Remember when the Tigers and White Sox had that colossal brawl?
Sure do.
In Chicago. Higginson and Brocail were just tag teaming people. Jim Parquet had hit Dean Palmer. And Higginson sent a forearm shiver to Jim Parquet, knocked him down about 10 feet.
I think Robert Fick was in on that in some regard.
Yes, he was.
I remember right.
One thing you should not do, especially on the south side of Chicago, is try to incite those fans while there's a brawl going on. As Robert learned when he tried to hail a cab after the game. Again, Brocail falls behind, 3-1. And the fans getting a little antsy now. Big crowd. And Brocail has stumbled into a hitter's count now for Higginson at 3-1. He lost him. He has walked the bases loaded. There is no action in the Ranger bullpen. Craig Monroe, the former Ranger, quietly had a great year last year in terms of the pure power. Ron Mayhay is going to get up in the Ranger pen. And the Goose on his way out there, Mark Connor.
Now, the way the staff sets up right now, there really isn't a true long man in the bullpen. If everybody was healthy, that was a role that Joaquin Benoit had earlier. Ron Mayhay, more of a 1 or 2 inning guy. Certainly Brocail has been that in the past. But right now with 7 guys in the bullpen, it's kind of mix and match as far as a long man goes. Saw Jeff Zimmerman down in the bullpen. Looks like he might be serving as the coach out there in the absence of Mark Connor.
Here is Craig Monroe and a busted bat. Look at this. A base hit is going to send in one. Eric Young up with it. And 2 runs have scored for Detroit. The Tigers lead at 8-4. The first pitch after the visit to the mound. A broken bat and a 2 RBI single for Monroe, who is 3 for 3.
Well, he really hasn't hit a ball hard all night long. The double was a soft slicing line drive down the right field line. The single was a broken bat blooper over second, and this single is a broken bat blooper over short. Brocail gets the tailing fastball in on his fist, right what he wants to do, exactly what he wants to do. But Craig is able to muscle it, fight it off, and just bloop it into left field. And obviously, the inning set up by the walks.
Still nobody out. The Tigers sent 8 to the plate last inning. And they scored 3 times. They've got 2 already here in the 5th. Well, Infante's up there trying to bunt, but it goes to 2-0. Boy, you had a feeling this was not going to be a night for Ranger pitching when Orel got tossed early on. Again, Mark Connor, now the acting pitching coach. Jeb Zimmerman appears to be, as you said, Tom, the man answering the phone down there in the bullpen. That one poured in for a strike.
It's good to see Zim in the bullpen, and hopefully it won't be long before we see him not answering the phone, but answering the call by getting loose to come into a ball game. I know no one feels like that more than Zim does.
Runners going, and that's ball 4. 4 walks in the inning. And again, the disappointment here with the big crowd waiting for the fireworks. Walt Whitman once said, Tom, to have great poets, there must be great audiences too. The great audience we have. We are still waiting for the Poets to make an appearance tonight. It has been a sloppy game. And the Tigers have raced out to an 8-4 lead. They are hunting for more. Bases loaded, nobody out. And the call goes to Ron Mayhay. We'll be back in a moment on KDFI 27.
In Texas, we know a good truck when we see one. Introducing the new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. With plenty of room for all the things that matter most. Plus more standard horsepower than Ford or Dodge, all in one smooth riding truck. The new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. It's the Texas Truck Festival. Get 0% APR financing plus $1,000 bonus cash on a Silverado half-ton crew cab. Chevy, driving Texas.
Biggest news for your smile since fluoride? It's liquid calcium. Help restore enamel luster with Arm & Hammer Enamel Care Toothpaste. It's baking soda and liquid calcium. Goes on, fills in, restores brilliant luster with daily brushing. Nothing else like it. Enamel Care.
My lawn is really by pride and joy. I know it's weed-free. I know it's dandelion-free. I know that for a fact because I hate dandelions. But every time I'm out here working on it, my neighbor Lana says, how do you get rid of your dandelions? I do it by using Scott's Turf Builder Plus 2. The light granule sticks to that wet leaf much easier than a heavy granule, which would fall off. If it doesn't stick, it just doesn't work. Apply it, sticks to the leaf, Zappo. No more dandelions. Actually, to tell you the truth, she's trying to keep up with me. Uh-oh, I think she heard me. I think it's the greatest product ever made.
Texas Rangers baseball on KDFI 27.
Yeah, baby!
It's headed for the hill! It is gone!
Catch all the excitement all season long on the home of the Rangers, KDFI 27.
Folks, you're invited to take a tour of Ameriquest Field in Arlington. Get a behind-the-scenes look at the Rangers clubhouse, get in the dugout, the batting cages up here in the press box, and more. For information, call 817-273-5600. Looking forward to seeing you out here. While the Rangers make a pitching change. Ron Mayhay started slowly, but his season has begun to pick up steam. He is being put in a very tough situation here, Tom. Bases loaded and nobody out. Top of the order coming up.
Yeah, there's not much margin for error right here. Ron has been extremely tough on left-handed hitters. They're 3 for 17 against him. Right-handers have handled Ron okay this year. But he's going to face 2 lefties to start it off, Sanchez and Vina. He needs to get both of them. Because the next hitter is Pudge. So to have one right back to the mound, the one hopper, the old 1-2-3 double play.
The old R.A. Dickey special.
Yep. Lawrence Welk double play.
A 1 and a 2?
Yeah.
That one grazes the corner. All right, turn on the bubble machine. Here we go. Sanchez, though, a tough guy to double up. You better get that hard hit one hopper.
That'd be the hard one hopper.
Check swing foul. The count 1-2. We mentioned Mayhay had kind of a rough start. And the Rangers, to their credit, did not give up on him a week in or 2 weeks in. They knew he'd ride it out. Remember, Brian Schaus getting close to being ready again. Look at this. Look at this. Another shot into the outfield that just kind of drops in. That'll send 2 more Tigers scampering home. It is 10-4.
That's some nice hitting by Sanchez. That looked like a cut fastball on the outside part of the plate. Not a bad pitch. Sanchez just serves it out over shortstop. Something the Tigers have done very well tonight. Slider, pretty good pitch. Nice job of hitting. Not hit extremely hard, but well placed. Been a number of those hits tonight.
Still nobody out in the inning. Fernando Vina coming up. And the Tigers have a straight up there on the scoreboard. They've got a 0, 1, 2, 3, and a 4. As we play here in the top of the 5th inning. Now, there was an example last year, Tom, that springs to mind. You know, you look at Mayhay and the rough week he had to start the year. The 2003 Phillies came very close to cutting Real Cormier after he allowed something like 5 home runs in his first 12 innings. The rest of his season was nearly perfect. He had an ERA of 0.7 from that point on. Of course, when your ERA is up, so I mean, Jay Powell had this happen to him last year. When you start off with that ERA of 9 or 10, it just seems like it takes forever to get it down to where you can want to look at the stat page again.
I think in situations like that, you have to look at a lot of factors. Number one is the pitcher's track record, what he's done in the past, and generally, if he's healthy.
Oh, and Fernando Vina, who always seems to get hit by at least 1 pitch every series, is hit in the thigh right there to load him up again.
If the pitcher's healthy, you would expect him to approach what he's done in the past. In Jay's situation in the last couple of years, he just hasn't been healthy. He is this year, and he's throwing well again. And boy, those are the 2 left-hand hitters that Ron came in to face. He gave up the single, and now he's hit one, and now you've got 2 tough right-hand hitters, Pudge Rodriguez and Rondell White.
Twelve of the last 14 Detroit Tigers who have come up to hit have reached base, going back to last inning, and maybe that's why this seems like a kick in the head right now. 10-4 Tigers.
They've got 7 straight base runners and only 2 soft singles this inning.
Slowly hit. Blaylock, no play. It continues. It's 11-4. It's an infield hit for Pudge.
Boy, what a nightmare. 4 walks, a broken bat blooper, an infield swinging bunt, and a soft line drive single to left.
We talked about this being a different Tiger team from last year. This is a team that took 8 games last year to score 11 runs. They've got 11 runs tonight. Mayhey's got to face Rondell White. And the Tigers have had some huge innings this year. They had the 11-run 6th against Cleveland a couple weeks ago. I mean, here's where you just very simply, Tom, you need to get a ground ball right at somebody here and cut this thing off at a 5-run 5th. Last thing you want to see in front of this great crowd tonight is for this thing to just spin totally out of control.
Well, maybe they'll hit a ball hard and it'll be right at somebody.
This has been an inning rife with walks and bloops. And now a little bleeder from Pudge for an RBI hit.
Well, they got 12 hits in the game. There have not been a lot of them hit hard.
There's what they needed. Called 3rd strike on the inside corner. The Tigers have batted around. And just now the first out of the inning is registered.
Well, Rondell White is 0 for 4 in the last 4 innings. There's a good hard fastball right on the inside corner. There's a start.
Now you get that ground ball right at Soriano and let the hitters get up there again. That's the plan anyway, Tom. That's what I'm proposing.
You got to have a plan.
Oh, I got a plan.
You got to get out of this inning first. Got the strikeout. Now double play wouldn't hurt.
The Tigers have scored 19 runs in this series. In not even 14 full innings. And the way they got waxed in Anaheim, I guess you can maybe say, Tom, they were due to bust out, but you were hoping it wasn't all at once against the Rangers on a weekend with the great crowds here.
Yeah, generally when you bust out, you do it with a basket full of line shots and rockets hit all over the field. This is busting out with walks and bloopers, but it's been effective.
Now 1 down, 2 low from Ron Mayhay. Again, R.A. Dickey started. Lasted 3 1/3 tonight. After his brilliance against the Boston Red Sox. Remember, R.A. gave up just 2 hits through 8 2/3 at one point. High pop up. Bending into foul ground. Blaylock chasing. He is out of room. Trying to finish up some of those scores. National League scores today. The Mets continue to have a big problem scoring runs. They got 2 hit today by the Brewers. Well, they did get 4 runs. Milwaukee had 6. And the Brewers continue to play some pretty decent ball. They are, what, 15 and 15 now?
Yeah, I think it was Adrian Hernandez, their starting pitcher, couldn't get through 5 innings, walked 7 guys in 4 innings. They didn't give up any hits, but put a lot of base runners on.
The Reds over the Giants 5-3 today. Ken Griffey Jr. hit a pair of home runs.
Astros have a 4-3 lead in Atlanta. They're trying to go to 20 and 10.
Clemens has been unbelievable. 3-2 pitch. And Pena drills it into right center field. That's going to score at least 1. 2 are coming in to make it a 13-4 lead for Detroit. And Tom, we can honestly say there have not been, through the first 29 games, forgettable nights like this one. Not yet, but tonight one is here. It has arrived with a 13-4 disadvantage for the Rangers.
I don't care what kind of season you have, how many games you win, you're going to have nights like this. As you say, there have not been many like this for the Rangers this year. It's been a terrific start. Sometimes you just fall into a game where it doesn't go your way. That's one of those games tonight.
Carlos Guillen becomes the 11th man to hit in this inning. Runners at the corners now, still just 1 out. Well, the Tigers now, Tom, have had 2 7-run innings and an 11-run inning this year. A year after they set all those marks for offensive futility. That's that ground ball to Soriano I had mentioned earlier. There's 1 out. Safe the call at first. Awfully close. Another run is in. And Buck Showalter's coming out, and I bet you that Buck is going to give John Hirschbeck more than a small piece of his mind.
We can't see it as well as John Hirschbeck can see it, but it looked like Soriano's throw was there in time. Hirschbeck is right on top of it, and all you can do is defer to the umpire on that call, but it looked like a nice play by Soriano. He had to make the choice whether to flip it to Michael Young coming across the bag or try to tag the runner and throw it himself. Obviously, he chose to tag the runner and make the throw himself. He did tag the runner. Batter Guillen beat the play.
Ooh, that was close there too.
Yeah, looked like he might have beat it there. It's tough to tell. Yeah, Might have gotten to first base a hair earlier than the runner. Got the slow motion replay on that. Yeah, it was a close tag at second base. Did he have his hand in his glove, or did he tag him with the glove and the ball in his hand?
Well, for the sake of argument, let's say he tagged him with the ball.
Well, he must have, because he's out. But another run scores.
And Bobby Higginson batting for the second time in this inning. He's homered. He has walked twice. He has scored 3 runs in this game already. For that off day, what a change. Recharging the Tigers' batteries, apparently. And pulling the rug out from the Rangers. Hot shot past Soriano. That'll be scored, a base hit. Runners at the corners as Higginson reaches yet again. This is just a marketing department nightmare tonight. Again, the big, close to sellout crowd. So much excitement, so much buzz. And the Rangers, unfortunately, just can't get the outs.
Just a rocket by Soriano. That's the only way you can play that ball. If you get in front of that ball, you're liable to lose 5 teeth. He played it off to the side the only way he could. And then you just hope you can make the ball go in the glove. It's hit so hard, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Now Buck talking to Soriano and Teixeira, I would assume, Tom, about that double play that didn't actually become the double play. Jay Powell's coming on this inning. Incredibly continues here in Arlington.
Texans love to celebrate. And right now, your Texas Chevy dealer is celebrating with the Texas Truck Festival. Now get 0% APR financing for qualified buyers for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash on Chevy Tahoe, Suburban, and Trailblazer. Or you can combine bonus cash with current cash back for $4,000 total cash back.
Chevy driving Texas.
It's the Texas Truck Festival, only at your Texas Chevy dealer. Chevy driving Texas.
Introducing TGI Fridays new shrimp flavors. Tangy orange peel shrimp, zesty sizzling shrimp, and spicy Cajun shrimp and chicken pasta. Get a taste of the new shrimp flavors now at TGI Fridays.
It's true, this mattress and box spring don't match. It may look like a mistake, but to the experts, it's a chance to save hundreds. Introducing Sleep Experts Mix and Match Sale. We've secured hundreds of mismatched box springs and mattresses. Like this best-selling Simmons, it's been offered in the Metroplex for hundreds more, but since the box spring doesn't match, you pay a lot less. The Mix and Match Sale with 24 months free financing. It pays to ask the experts.
Sleep Experts.
What's hot in activewear? The Bengay Pain Relieving Patch. It's what everyone's wearing to get deep heating relief in a patch that lasts up to 8 hours. Try on the Bengay Pain Relieving Patch. It's what's hot in pain relief.
Jay Powell comes on. You know what? We keep talking, Tom, about the difference between last year's Detroit team and this year's Detroit team. I think one way we can very easily cut right down to it is it took until after the All-Star break last year before the Tigers had a game in which they scored more than 9 runs. Tonight they've got 14 runs. We're not even halfway done with this game. It is 14-4.
Well, Craig Monroe came into this game 2 for 22. He's found a hole 3 times.
This time, though, one pitch from Jay Powell, and mercifully, the inning comes to an end. Rangers have a lot of catch-up to do. We'll come back in a moment.
Presenting The Great Escape from your Texas Ford dealer, where right now you can get a new 2005 Escape XLT with a great low $249 a month payment. And that's loaded with everything you need for the perfect getaway, including a V6, automatic, 6-disc in-dash changer, aluminum wheels, side impact airbag, power driver's seat, and air. All for just $249 a month. A great escape at a great low monthly payment. Get yours today, only at your Texas Ford dealer.
Hey kids, look, fire truck.
Dom was a man of weak principles.
Then he got free checking at Washington Mutual. With no hidden fees, it inspired Tom to be more honest.
So what's your story? I've never had a girlfriend and I still live with my mother.
Thank you all.
Sorry I'm late. I had a job interview. Nailed it.
Awesome, Chasey.
Have you guys seen Steel Magnolias? I was bawling.
Kudos, Tom.
So sad.
The world needs straight shooters like you.
The Volkswagen Spring Sales Drive is going on now. That means it's a really good time to get behind the wheel of your very own road-hugging, German-engineered Volkswagen. Each one is packed with cool features and backed by a 4-year, 50,000-mile limited warranty. And now, for a little while at least, you can get a new Jetta GL for just $189 a month. So see your local dealer soon, because like spring, this will be over before you know it.
Well, it's been kind of an odd night right from word go. Here on a Saturday in Arlington, a thunderstorm that was not forecast came booming through here about 5 o'clock. And the fans drove through it anyway, happy to come and see one of the hottest teams in all of Major League Baseball, their Texas Rangers. Figuring, just kind of a pothole last night, no big deal, an 8-7 loss, come back, get them tonight. But with this big crowd of 45,000 plus settling in, the Tigers have made it awfully uncomfortable tonight. They have 14 runs on 14 hits. Michael Young at the plate. And we'll see if the Ranger hitters can get the crowd back in it now. It was Mike Maroth, this Tiger starter, that had the control issues back in the second inning. That's when the Rangers scored 4 runs, took a 4-2 lead. This ball is going to drop into right center. Michael Young, a base hit. Hank Blaylock coming up, but first we go to Jim Knox.
Okay, thank you, Josh. You talked about the Hank Homies. We've seen them at all the games, but recently we have spotted the Hank Honeys, something new here, and this is Natalie, the head spokeswoman for Hank Honeys. How did this all come about, Natalie?
Well, Jim, I came out here one time and Josh and Tom discussing, they were like, look, there's Hank's Honey. And then since there we've grown, but if you want to contact the homies, email hankshomies@hotmail.com.
Website. So Josh and Tom came up with the Hank Honeys. Now, the Hank Homies have a dance. What about the Hank Honeys? Do the Hank Honeys have a dance, Natalie? And what does that look like if you guys do have a dance?
Yeah, it's called the Honey's Lasso.
How's that go? The Honey Lasso. So you got the Hank Honey dance and the Honey Lasso. Hank Homies and Honey Lasso. Okay, guys. Thanks a lot.
Well, that's having some fun at the ballpark right there.
Absolutely. 14-4. Who cares, right?
Gotta like their attitude. That group is growing by the day.
I will go out boldly on a limb here and predict one day there will be a homie-honey marriage. And I hope I get to give away the bride. Look,
with that prediction, you may get an invitation.
Can't Fox make that into some reality show? I mean,
about everything else has been made into a reality show.
I enjoyed your work on The Apprentice, by the way. The 2-2. Blaylock rips away deep center field. Lasso dance! Lasso dance!
All you need to have some fun is a common cause. And there it is, Hank Blaylock.
Competition is fierce for Hank's attention. The hammer blasting away to center. Home run number 6.
Yeah, he got a hanging slider right down the middle of the plate.
Will it be the first steps in an historic comeback tonight? Right down the line and right through the legs.
Who knows? Might be one of those games.
The smoke from the fireworks still drifting over the field. Soriano puts it right through the wickets of Infante.
Fonte's made some nice plays. The ball kind of plays him, takes a hop right by him. Soriano ends up on second.
Indeed, the fans have something to jump around about. Herbert Perry comes to the plate.
It's a base hit.
And Perry will drill one deep into the night. Deep to right. It's gone.
All right. Chinese water torture that the Tigers applied in the top of the fifth inning. Base hit, home run. Base hit, home run. Keep it going.
Well, it's just your typical 12-run fifth, Tom. 8 in the top of the inning, 4 in the bottom.
Well, we've already settled into this type of a ball game. We might as well go for the comeback now.
Might as well go for a little bit of history. Danny Patterson, another former Ranger, getting ready in the bullpen very quickly, might I add, for Detroit. Mike Maroth having to sit idly by while his teammates were so kindly scoring him 8 runs in the top of the fifth. He's come out, giving up a single and a homer, and here's Teixeira. The first 2 Ranger home runs of the night, Blaylock and then Perry. Herbert's first of the year. And Tom, when Herbert was mashing him out of here a couple of years ago, and he spent the whole year healthy as a Ranger, that's where a lot of the home runs were going, to right center. The key is the health for Mr. Perry. When he stayed healthy in 2002, he had 22 home runs. He had a career best 77 batted in.
There's already 8 batters in this game with at least 2 RBIs in the 5th inning.
What a game this is. The Rangers have 2 4-run innings, and they're trailing by 6.
After 5.
Yeah, this game is
not after 5. They've got no outs here in the 5th.
No, this game is right now halfway done. Ball 4 to Mark Teixeira.
And here comes Brian Jordan for his first home run.
Yeah.
We'll just keep it going.
Well, that is the pattern.
Someone gets on first, home run. On first, home run. On first. Just going by the pattern that's been established already.
Mike Maroth needs 5 innings in the books to get a win.
Not going to do it.
Alan Trammell wants his young pitcher so badly to get up off the mat from the 21 losses last year. Here his team has gotten him 14 runs tonight, and he is not eligible for a win. Former Ranger Danny Patterson coming on. And your choice, folks. You can strap yourself in seatbelt wise, or you can go commando. Up to you. But what a game this is. 14-8 in the 5th.
Texans love to celebrate. And right now, your Texas Chevy dealer is celebrating with the Texas Truck Festival. Now get 0% APR financing for qualified buyers for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash on Chevy Tahoe, Suburban, and Trailblazer. Or you can combine bonus cash with current cash back for $4,000 total cash back.
Chevy driving Texas.
It's the Texas Truck Festival, only at your Texas Chevy dealer. Chevy driving Texas.
Hi, hon. Sarah wants you to check out her new science project. Go ahead, Sarah. Show Mom what you got.
Are you ready? Yeah. Here it goes. Guess it didn't work.
Surprise Mom this Mother's Day. Get T-Mobile Family Time Plan. Families talk free, and now get free video messaging.
T-Mobile, get more.
Is it true that you guys do more brake jobs than anyone else?
Yes.
And are my pads and shoes really guaranteed for as long as I own my car?
Yes.
Even if it's 20 more years?
Absolutely.
Do you ever cry at weddings?
No.
It's peak driving season. Come to Midas for great value and service every day. Lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes are just $89.95 installed. And they're guaranteed for as long as you own your car. For mechanics known for their work and their word.
Trust the Midas touch.
Mike Baroth, a 21-game loser last year, seemed to have turned a corner this year. 3-1 coming in tonight, but he will not get a win. He'll get a no decision. Danny Patterson comes on, the former Ranger. Spent parts of 96, 7, 8, and 9 here in Arlington.
It doesn't seem that long ago that Danny was a Ranger, but this season marks his 5th season with the Tigers. He had some Tommy John surgery, which he came back from last year. He should be back to normal this year as far as health goes.
Normally very stingy with the home run ball, but this year he's allowed 2 already. He went the first 55 innings of his big league career, Tom, before allowing 1. Gave up 1 to Frank Thomas. Not a lot of shame in that.
Danny features a fastball, a slider, and the Vulcan changeup. He splits the middle fingers rather than his first 2 fingers like a traditional split finger pitch would be.
Right, the grip looks like Spock's live long and prosper sign. That's why they call it the Vulcan, a forkball in between fingers 3 and 4. This one missing away. Eric Young on deck.
Alan Trammell has to be sitting there wondering if this will be the same type of inning for the Rangers as he had in the top of the 5th inning. There's already a man on first with a walk, on the way to another walk here, and nobody out.
Another walk.
Well, keep it coming.
And put on a pot of coffee.
This has the makings of being one memorable ball game.
It is starting to remind you of that 17-16 affair against the A's a few years ago.
Be something to negate an 8-run inning in the bottom of the inning, wouldn't it?
Well, the Rangers saw the Tigers put up a 2 spot in the second, came back with a 4. They doubled it. So I'm thinking they need a 16 spot here in the 5th. The Rangers do have a 16-run inning at this facility. They did that to the Baltimore Orioles in the mid-1990s. But let's not get greedy. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Well, we have to get greedy to get back in this game. Otherwise, we're going to lose. We got to get greedy.
Greed is good. So said Gordon Gekko. The Rangers have been out hit 14-7. They have been outscored 14-8, and Pudge trying to calm down Danny Patterson. Did he just tell him to look at the scoreboard? He gestured up that way. He did it twice.
Said, don't make me come back.
I'm just thinking it's don't nibble. You got a 6-run lead, you know?
I'm not sure that Danny's nibbling. He's just having a hard time throwing a strike.
Yeah. Yes, he is. Better get out there again, Pudge. Second and third, nobody out.
Danny didn't like what Pudge had to say and said, here, let's see you catch this one.
Wow. Six balls and no strikes from Patterson since coming on.
You have to take one right here.
7 balls and no strikes. And you've got a power hitter on deck in Kevin Mench. There's that first strike from Patterson. This takes you back to yesterday's first inning, Tom. The Rangers already had 4 runs in. They had second and third, nobody out. Exactly. They could not do anything else. Now they can do something huge. Bases loaded. Kevin Mench due to come up. There was no messing around from Alan Trammell. He was marching to the mound. Al Levine did a wonderful job yesterday. He got 4 outs on 6 pitches. And that sounds pretty good to Alan Trammell. He's going to see if Levine can do that again. The Rangers had trailed it 14-4 coming into the inning. It's now 14-8. Let's see what they can do about keeping it going when we come back.
In Texas, we know a good truck when we see one. Introducing the new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. With plenty of room for all the things that matter most. Plus more standard horsepower than Ford or Dodge, all in one smooth riding truck. The new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. It's the Texas Truck Festival. Get 0% APR financing plus $1,000 bonus cash on a Silverado half-ton crew cab. Chevy. Drive in Texas.
This relaxing moment has been brought to you by Cialis. Talk to your doctor today to find out if a free sample of Cialis is right for you. Cialis is here. Are you ready?
Hey, sensor users, think you've got the best shave? Well, it just got better. 2 blades became 3. Introducing Gillette Sensor 3, the best sensor shave ever. So now, think 3. New Sensor 3 from Gillette.
Introducing TGI Fridays new shrimp flavors. Tangy orange peel shrimp, zesty sizzling shrimp, and spicy Cajun shrimp and chicken pasta. Get a taste of the new shrimp flavors now at TGI Fridays.
What's hot in activewear? The Bengay Pain Relieving Patch. It's what everyone's wearing to get deep heating relief in a patch that lasts up to 8 hours. Try on the Bengay Pain Relieving Patch. It's what's hot in pain relief.
Just another Saturday night at the ballpark, Tom. It's 14-8. We're in the bottom of the 5th. The bases are loaded. Nobody out. Al Levine is coming out of the bullpen. Another former Ranger will pitch against the Rangers.
The Tigers had 8 straight guys get on, I think. Rangers have had 7. Al Levine comes in. 15th game for Al. He's been used frequently, and that's the kind of pitcher he is. Use him in any role. Long relief, short relief. Use him as a closer. Use him as a starter. That's why he's been such a valuable guy the last few years.
David DeLucci will pinch hit for Kevin Mench. Get a lefty bat up there. And he belts it into right field on the very first pitch. 1 run in. 2 runs are in. It's 14-10.
Each team in the 5th inning has had the first 8 batters reach. Boy, DeLucci is killing the ball. In last night's game, he hit a couple of balls just like that, just ropes into right field. Sweet swing, and boy, that ball is just jumping off his bat.
And not to be cast aside here at all, something that could end up being a nice little bonus, was Eric Young racing to third. It's now runners at the corners and nobody out. So even if Laird flies out here, heck, if he hits into a double play, the Rangers get a run. And we are approaching, Tom, a major league record for most runs ever scored in a 5th inning by 2 teams combined. That record is 16. We're now at 14, and there's nobody out.
This is unbelievable.
slips coming around first. It's runners at the corners. It's 14-11. And it's pandemonium here in Arlington. Michael Young, who started this with a single, is coming up next.
The Tigers had walks and bloopers. The Rangers were hitting bullets this inning. Line shots. Whoops. Don't make any outs on the bases. 9 straight batters have reached. We want to see a manager squirm. Watch a 14-4 lead disappear in about 15 minutes.
Without getting an out. If Michael Young takes one out, that will have happened. He had the home run cut. He's down 0-2.
Again, 9 batters with at least 2 RBIs in 5 innings. If you're sitting in another ballpark right now, say you're the Angels,
okay,
and you're looking up at the scoreboard, you got to think there's being mistakes made. I mean, all of a sudden it goes from 6-4 to 14-4,
right,
and then you look back up and it's 14-11.
They're saying the scoreboard guy is drinking again. Young is down on strikes, and finally the first out of the inning.
Well, Levine made a good pitch with a slider, a little bit out of the strike zone. Michael to chase it.
It took the Rangers 40 pitches, Tom, in the top of the inning to get the first out. It has taken the Tigers 34 pitches in the bottom of the inning to get the first out.
Well, the homies and the honeys are jumping in left field right now.
They may perform spontaneous backflips if Blaylock takes another one out of here.
I might too if I could do one.
Blaylock holding up. It was his home run that indeed stood as the first steps towards this highly improbable march to come from down 14-4 to within 14-11. Ripped but foul.
What a rip. As we used to say about Larry Parrish, he's not trying to bounce a single up the middle and drive in a run.
This is how it got going in the inning for Hank.
It looked like just a harmless little home run. 2-run homer made it 14-6. Here he is again in the same inning.
Soriano on deck.
Tough to call that pitch a strike after the one in the first inning that R.A. Dickey threw to Higginson. He calls that pitch a strike. We got a major argument.
Ball 4. Soriano comes up as the go-ahead run in an inning that began with the Rangers down 10. Dingman is up. Collier is up. The fans are getting ready to get up.
There's been 6 pitchers in the 5th inning and 2 more are warming up. Here's where Alfonso has to say, relax and make him throw me a strike. You'd have to think Levine's going to try to throw the same slider that he threw to Michael Young. And it'll be up to Alfonso to lay off it.
Alfonso's got a chance to become instantly the most popular Ranger. He will take strike 1.
Hung one.
Oh, he took a big cut. He is now down 0-2.
If you're a hitter, you know you've had 2 pitches to hit. Now it's no balls and 2 strikes. You're hoping for another one. If you're Levine, you want to probably keep this out of the strike zone if you can.
Up the middle. 1 run home, and here comes 2. With the extra point pending. It's 14-13.
Well, I'll tell you what, they not only negated the 8, they added 1 to it. 0-2, no balls, 2 strikes. Levine didn't make a bad pitch unless you consider it an 0-2 pitch. Down and in, Alfonso just sliced it up the middle for 2 more RBIs. Nice job of hitting.
And it's Major League history. It is the most runs ever scored by 2 teams combined in a 5th inning ever. That is a bizarre-looking scoreboard right now with 8 in the top of the 5th and 9 in the bottom of the 5th. And still just 1 out.
The first 9 hitters reached base, and every one of them scored for the Rangers in the 5th inning. I mean, a 9-8 game is a high-scoring game. How about a 9-8 5th inning?
And how about Herbert Perry with a chance for his 2nd home run of the 5th inning? Unbelievable.
Well, it's why everyone that has ever been involved in baseball has said at least once, you can never say you've seen it all. Because right when you see it, right when you say it, you see something like this.
In the air, left center, Sanchez coming on, won't get it. Looking for the tie. 14-14. The ball gets away, and the runners move up.
I don't care who's at this ballpark. I don't want to hear anyone say they've ever seen anything like this before.
It's never happened before. The Rangers answer an 8-run top of the inning with a 10-run bottom of the inning, and they're jonesing for more. This will be the 3rd Tiger error of the night as the ball gets away. And Tom, you're right. I don't care who you are, where you are, you will remember this one.
This would be one of those games where there's 100,000 people 10 years from now saying they saw this game.
Can the network that shows instant classics pick up our feed?
They might be showing it.
Hope everybody TiVo'd this. We'll be right back.
Win 1, they call you a champion. Win 4, they call you a dynasty. What do they call you when you win 13 years in a row? A BMW. The 3 Series was named one of Car and Driver's 10 Best for 2004, an unprecedented 13th consecutive year. Test drive the legendary 3 Series today. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Todd?
At Hotels.com, we really know our way around hotels. We visit thousands of hotels to find you the best prices at the best places. Hotels.com. Best prices, best places. Guaranteed.
The Lone Star Edition Dodge Ram hauls more than Texas pride. With 20-inch wheels and its available 345 horsepower Hemi, it also hauls the title most powerful pickup in its class. Now get a Lone Star Edition Ram with 0% financing or $4,250 in total values. Plus our 770 Powertrain Limited Warranty. So grab the truck that outperforms Chevy, Ford, Nissan, and Toyota. The Lone Star Edition Dodge Ram.
For those of you who went away and did something else for half an hour, welcome back.
Thought this game was over.
It is 14-14. Dingman is now pitching. There are runners at second and third. Mark Teixeira will bat for the second time this inning. The Rangers, who gave up 8 in the top of the fifth, have 10 in the bottom.
Dingman just recalled from Toledo. That was 2001 against the Dodgers.
Is that Toledo? Is in Holy Toledo?
You know, last night the Rangers were down by 3 against Dougie Urbina, one of the better closers in the league. They came back to make it 8-7. Had a man on base. And one of the things they've done all year is fight back and never quit. When it's 14-4, it almost sounds self-serving to say, well, the Rangers never quit. Just trying to pump up the home team.
That's why I didn't say it.
And you really can't say it when it's 14-14. But here it is. It's 14-14. I mean, when it's 14-4.
3-0 meantime. The count to Teixeira. And Tom, the Rangers have never had a comeback like this. It has never happened in their history. Sky high pop-up. Will it stay in play or get out? It's heading to the crowd.
You know, this is like that game you talked about the other day between, was it Cleveland and Seattle?
In 2001, it was 12-0. The Indians were down, and 14-2. They came back to win at 15-14. The Rangers once came back from down 9-0 to tie the Yankees at 13 in 1998, but they lost that game. They've never come from down 10, period, at any point in any game until tonight. Mark Teixeira draws a walk for the second time in this inning. Look at that.
14 hitters and only 1 out.
People are calling their friends to say, you got to turn this on. I mean, you're missing history.
Yeah, there's a few seats left if you want to come out and see the last 4 innings. No telling what it's going to be like.
If you live in Argyle, you might be here by the 6th.
That's what they're saying. You can't believe what we're watching.
Time for Brian Jordan to bust out. 2 for 22 is a Ranger. Veteran hitter facing a young, maybe shell-shocked pitcher right now. Well, the young guy is ahead 0-1. You know, Tom, just to dovetail on something you said, the pitching has really carried things a lot this year. What a great thing to see the hitters on the one night the pitchers had a letdown. The hitters step in and say, all right, we'll do some heavy lifting tonight.
Yep. 7 pitchers in the 5th inning.
About 110 pitches in the 5th inning for the two teams.
Right now there's 10 batters with at least 2 RBIs. No one has more than 3.
Jordan trying to hold up. And now, I guess, Tom, very simply, it comes down to who's got a long man who can get things under control. Jay Powell will be asked to go a ways tonight. And here is Dingman for Detroit.
Well, the Rangers are in pretty good shape as far as the pitching goes for the rest of this game, because Jay can go at least another inning. You've got Almanzar, who has pitched a couple of innings from time to time this year. Cordero is well rested. Erasmo could pitch again. Nelson pitched a little bit last night, but he could pitch. The Rangers are okay. Might have to use a few of them, but they should be okay.
Down too low in the inning that would not end.
It was getting irritating watching the top of the 5th never end, but I have to admit to a lot of satisfaction at watching the bottom of the 5th never end.
This fifth inning, Tom, started at 8:36 Central Time. Check your watch. To third base. There's one. Oh, and there's two. To end a 10-run bottom of the fifth. The fans are on their feet. It is a 14-14 tie.
Flying to New Orleans for business? When you choose from any of Southwest Airlines' 15 daily flights to New Orleans, receive a bonus credit for every round trip purchased on Southwest.com. That's 3 total credits for each round trip.
You are now free to move about the country.
Nokia, connecting people.
The Hammer got it started with a 2-run home run. That is some kind of fifth inning right there. 8 in the top and 10 in the bottom. It is Major League history, the highest scoring fifth inning ever in the major leagues. And this game toddles on to the 6th inning. Jay Powell now the pitcher of record in a 14-14 tie. And Omar Infante will take ball 1. The defensive change for the Rangers. David DeLucci had the big pinch hit for Kevin Mensch. A 2 RBI base hit. He's now in center. We may or may not have enough time to completely dissect what we just saw in that hour and about 10-minute fifth inning.
Well, I don't know if you even want to try for that.
The Tigers sent 14 to the plate. Then the Rangers trumped them. They sent 15 to the plate in the bottom of the inning. Outscored them 10-8 in 1 inning.
Tigers had 13, I think.
9, 10, 11, 12. You are correct, sir.
28 hitters and 7 pitchers in the 5th inning and 18 runs.
And it ended with the bases loaded and Jordan hitting into a double play.
Man.
Powell deals the strike. Kurt Dykert points out maybe the most remarkable note of all. 18 runs in that inning. There were 3 extra base hits. Walks, errors, hit batsmen.
How about 8 batters scored runs that walked?
Well, hopefully this is not going to happen again. Infante is on with a leadoff walk in the 6th. And suffice to say, Tag, after the Rangers go to the trouble of putting up 10 for this beleaguered pitching staff tonight, the last thing you want to do is come back and give up more.
9 walks in the 5th inning, 8 of them scored.
Buck Showalter, when we first got to meet him last year, Tom, he told us probably his favorite word in the English language was relentless. And that is a pretty fair description of how his team has gone at it, not just tonight, but early in this 2004 season. This is the 30th game of the season. And obviously this is the first time the Rangers have had to battle back from down 10 in 1 inning.
The Tigers have walked 9. The Rangers have walked 5. In 5 innings, there's been 14 walks.
Sanchez, almost an impossible guy to walk. He will bunt. And Laird is up with it.
Nice play. Boy, he almost blew the chance to get the man at first by thinking about going to second. He cocked his arm and threw off balance, kind of against the flow to first base, and made the play at first. This is a nice athletic play. Running toward the pitcher's mound, your feet are almost tangled up. Watch his feet as he throws back to first base to get a huge out at first base. That shows some athletic ability right there by Gerald.
I'm just stunned that in a 14-14 game in the 6th, there was a sacrifice bunt.
Well, it turned out to be a sacrifice bunt, but Sanchez was actually, I think, bunting for a base hit. He ended up with a sacrifice bunt. But yeah, I don't think you want to give up outs in this game.
Well, one more record we can talk about, Tom. The 8 pitchers used in that inning between the two teams. That ties a major league record. We were told 8. Roquel, Mayhay, Powell.
That's 3.
Hold the phone. Vigna grounds out.
I think there's 7.
Oh, Maroth, Patterson, Levine.
And Dingman.
Yeah, I guess that is 7.
There's been 8 in the game so far.
So they might be reversing that note they just sent in then.
Unless we missed a pitcher, which is entirely possible.
That is entirely possible. I'm not even sure who I am right now. 14-14 in the 6th.
I'm not sure what Vigna just did.
He grounded out, partner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
To whom?
Somebody.
Ground out GS.
No, 3 unassisted.
Okay.
Put down WW. Wasn't watching. Strike 1 to Pudge from Jay Powell. When the Rangers come up in the bottom of the 6th, it'll be the bottom third of the order coming up. That bottom third scored 3 runs last inning. Ground ball, 15-14 Tigers as Pudge does it again.
Well, Pudge continues to be an incredibly successful bad ball hitter. That's a second ball he's hit that was probably low. Hit one up the middle for an RBI. And he pulls this one into left field for an RBI. Might have been a strike. Didn't look like it.
He went down. I mean, that ball was beneath his shins.
He's just one of those. I mean, he hits good pitches too, but he's an incredible bad ball hitter.
Runner takes off. Pudge got a great jump, and he will coast into second base. Pudge steals his 3rd of the year already. You know who else is a very good bad ball hitter on this Rangers team is Soriano. Vlad Guerrero of the Angels might be the ultimate that I've seen, Tom, with those long arms.
Yeah, he can do some damage.
He hit an upper deck shot against Denny Reyes in Cincinnati on a ball that was maybe an inch off the ground. Erasmo Ramirez in the bullpen for the Rangers. Remember, Oral Hershiser has been watching this on TV just like you ever since the, what, 2nd inning? 2nd inning, right? I do believe it's the first time Oral was ever ejected from any major league game. As he had what looked like a very light conversation with the home plate umpire, Matt Hollowell, out there on the mound. Certainly didn't appear any profanity was uttered.
According to my scorecard, I think this is incredible. In 5+ innings, there's been 15 walks, and 13 of them have scored.
Oh, those bases on balls, Tom.
If that doesn't dramatically emphasize that point.
You know what's funny, though? I mean, Pudge ground that single in the left. The Tigers get a run. And I don't know, it felt like a mosquito bite. It felt like, you know, a little bit of an irritation, but not in a game like this. You're not thinking that's the end of it, you know?
No.
A pop-up. Tough play for Teixeira backpedaling. He will find it, though, and put it away. Well, the Rangers scored 10 last inning to tie. All they need this time is 1.
Out of all the trucks in Texas, only one has best-in-class towing, payload, and low-end torque. Only one has an interior as quiet as a luxury car, the strongest frame in its class, and largest cargo box volume. So if you're in the market for a new truck, how many should you test drive? Exactly. Now get a new 2004 F-150 Super Crew and save big with $1,000 cash back. Only at your Texas Ford dealer.
Free checking is great, but not if I have to make compromises. Give me a great bank first, then give me free checking. Let me make this clear. Free is not enough.
Introducing Chase Power Checking. It's free checking with direct deposit and loads of extras, plus all the power and expertise of one of the world's great banks. And with so many locations, switching to Chase is easy. Switch to Chase, where free checking is worth having.
Introducing the totally redesigned Kia Spectra. The only car in its class with 6 airbags, a 10-year warranty, and at around $13,000, it's a car you can afford to love. Now get $1,000 cash back, plus a $1,000 competitive bonus for qualified buyers.
Scattered showers with a few isolated thunderstorms across North Texas today, but how about on Mother's Day? You might be surprised with the forecast coming up later.
For the Sonic Slam inning, brought to you by Sonic. The jackpot worth $1,000 tonight, plus tickets to a Ranger game, dinner for 2 at Sonic as well. Good luck to DeRay Craig of Fort Worth. If a Ranger hits a grand slam this inning, we give away $25,000. You can register at any North Texas Sonic restaurant. Folks, if you're just joining us, I was going to ask you to sit down. I'm sure you're sitting now. If you haven't fallen over, that score is correct. 15-14. We're in the bottom of the 6th. And Craig Dingman will face Eric Young, David DeLucci, and Gerald Laird here in the last of the 6th inning. I don't know. I think maybe the stat of the night right now, Tom, it was 0-0 after 1. There were only 19 pitches thrown between the 2 pitchers in that first inning.
About 14 different batters have at least an RBI.
Young trying to bunt his way on. Well, as we mentioned, and there's so much to clean up in this game. I mean, just fascinating things that have happened. But the Rangers, for the first time in their 33-year franchise history, have come from 10 runs down at any point in a game to tie. It may say something about the inability of the Tiger bullpen, but I think it definitely, Tom, at least in some way, points to the resolve of this Ranger ball club, too.
Yeah, obviously, I think it's a combination of both. It's tough to score 10 runs in an inning. I don't care whose bullpen you're facing.
Peeking into that dugout in between the top and the bottom of the 5th inning, it appeared that Buck Showalter was pretty fired up. And obviously, we'll talk to Buck after the game, see if he reveals what he said, if anything. Young draws a leadoff walk. From what we saw, it looked like Buck, and this is a guess on our part, Tom, but it looked like he was perturbed when Craig Monroe, after an 8-run inning, fired his bat to the ground after popping up. As if to say, you know, man, I can't believe I didn't make it a 12-run lead. And
I can't believe I didn't get my 4th straight cheap hit.
Well, that seemed to set Buck off. And I don't know if it set off everybody else in the dugout to the point they managed 10 quick runs. Might be complete coincidence, but you don't see a lot of 10-run innings when you're down 14-4. Ball and a strike to David DeLucci. Boy, has this guy been hot, huh? Seems like every time he gets a fastball, he's rifling it into right field.
He's taking a lot of good swings. After the 5th, the Tigers got a leadoff walk who scored. And now the Rangers have a leadoff walk.
DeLucci down in the count, 1-2. Yet another former Ranger is now loosening for the Tigers. Esteban Yan. Pudge with the snap throw, and down goes Eric Young. That is vintage Pudge Rodriguez.
Boy, when you don't expect it. I don't know how many times EY has been on first base with Pudge behind the plate, but no one in the history of baseball ever did that. I don't care who you're talking about. They may have done it. No one's done it better than that. You just cannot see, with a left-hand hitter up there, any way the catcher can get the ball to first base. You feel comfortable wherever you are with your secondary lead, because it just doesn't look possible for him to get the ball to first base like that.
And now a called third strike on DeLucci, and boy, that lets so much air out of the balloon, doesn't it? A pickoff and then a strikeout.
It's just an incredible weapon to have behind the plate.
Don't tell me after the Rangers sent 15 men to the plate in the 5th inning, they're going to go in order here in the 6th. I don't know about you. It's like the fans are exhausted right now. I mean, they yelled themselves.
They're trying to catch their second wind.
Yeah. What an explosion. I mean, not just on the field, but in the crowd. As the Rangers came from down 14-4 to tie it up, only to see the Tigers grab the lead right back in the top of the 6th. Laird trying to reload, get on base for Michael Young. Young with yet another multi-hit night going. He's 2 for 4. And Young will come up as a go-ahead run. Here's one way to look at tonight's game, Tom. The number 9 hitters have walked a combined 4 times. That's not supposed to happen. And Alan Trammell apparently wants the power arm of Esteban Yan to face Michael Young. Yan gave up some untimely home runs when he was a Texas Ranger. Let's see how he does as a Detroit Tiger. Young coming up. 15-14 game with a lot of baseball left. Stay with us.
In Texas, we know a good truck when we see one. Introducing the new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. With plenty of room for all the things that matter most. Plus more standard horsepower than Ford or Dodge, all in one smooth riding truck. The new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. It's the Texas Truck Festival. Get 0% APR financing plus $1,000 bonus cash on a Silverado half-ton crew cab. Chevy, driving Texas.
Biggest news for your smile since fluoride? It's liquid calcium. Help restore enamel luster with Arm & Hammer Enamel Care toothpaste. It's baking soda and liquid calcium. Goes on, fills in, restores brilliant luster with daily brushing. Nothing else like it. Enamel Care.
My lawn is really my pride and joy. I know it's weed-free. I know it's dandelion-free. I know that for a fact because I hate dandelions. But every time I'm out here working on it, my neighbor Lana says, "How do you get rid of your dandelions?" I do it by using Scott's Turf Builder Plus 2. The light granule sticks to that wet leaf much easier than a heavy granule, which would fall off. If it doesn't stick, it just doesn't work. Apply it, sticks to the leaf, Zappo, no more dandelions. Actually, to tell you the truth, she's trying to keep up with me. Uh-oh, I think she heard me. I think it's the greatest product ever made.
Texas Rangers baseball on KDFI 27.
Yeah, baby!
It is headed for the hill. It is gone.
Catch all the excitement all season long on the home of the Rangers, KDFI 27.
A guy with a big-time fastball, Esteban Yan, will come on to face Michael Young. Michael 0 for 5 against Yan in the past. They were teammates briefly with the Rangers. They brought in Yan, gave him a look for a couple of months. It didn't quite work out. He has resurfaced now with Detroit.
Nothing wrong with the stuff. Jan's fastball consistently well into the 90s, hard breaking ball. But opponents are hitting .333 against him this year. 24 hits in 19 innings, giving up a couple of home runs.
In this wacky, crazy, nutty game, the Tigers and the Rangers were scoreless after 1. Detroit has scored in every inning since, including an 8-run fifth. That missed by 2, being the highest scoring half inning tonight. The Rangers a 10 spot in the 5th. It is 15-14 Detroit. And Michael Young trying to change that with Gerald Laird on base. Suffice to say, your late local news will be delayed somewhat tonight. Young was the first out in that 10-run 5th inning. Hits it on the ground past the mound, and the 6-4 fielder's choice ends the inning. So this game now at the 2/3 mark. 15-14 Tigers.
In Texas, we know a good truck when we see one. Introducing the new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. With plenty of room for all the things that matter most. Plus more standard horsepower than Ford or Dodge, all in one smooth riding truck. The new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. It's the Texas Truck Festival. Get 0% APR financing plus $1,000 bonus cash on a Silverado half-ton crew cab. Chevy, driving Texas.
Texas Ranger Baseball brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas, and by Southwest Airlines, a symbol of freedom. Now the Rangers will usher a new pitcher into this game, a game that is shredded earned run averages on both sides. Erasmo Ramirez will stick his toe in the water now. 15-14 is our score. A record-setting 5th inning, the first time the two teams have combined for even 17 runs in a 5th inning in Major League history. They ended up combining for 18.
Erasmo's 11th game. You get the feeling, Josh, before this is over, every available pitcher has a pretty good shot at seeing some time in this game.
Yeah, Mike Maroth, who remember was staked to a 14-4 lead, did not hang around long enough to be eligible for the win tonight. He went 4+. And Erasmo Ramirez, with that crippling changeup, will face Pena. Starts with a fastball. Well, we've got a little bit of a readout now, Tom. The Rangers PR staff has come up with some notes on the 5th inning of tonight's game, and we've covered some of this, but just to review, class, get out your pencils, get out your blue books. Most pitchers used by both teams in one inning. It ties an American League record. 7 pitchers used in the inning, 4 by the Tigers, 3 by the Rangers. The inning lasted 1 hour and 8 minutes, featuring 28 batters, 13 hits, 9 walks, 100 pitches. And indeed, it was the Rangers' biggest comeback to tie or take a lead in a game ever. Of course, they have not actually come back to take a lead yet. Pena will take on the inside edge, and down he goes. And Tom, in a game that has featured 18 walks through 6 innings, a K in the scorebook is a welcome sight.
Getting that leadoff hitter is a nice sight.
Does it make you feel better that the Rangers have walked a half dozen, but the Tigers have walked a dozen? Right in there for a strike slowly to Carlos Guillen.
I'm not sure what that does for Alan Trammell and Bob Cluck. Personally, it's made for a pretty amazing ball game.
And the fans are cheering every strike from Ramirez. They are well aware there have been 18 walks in this one. Love to see the Rangers hustle right back up there with Blaylock, Soriano, and Perry due up. And a crowd of 45,000 plus tonight. You're going to want to save your ticket stub to prove you were here. In the air, left center. Pretty well hit, but there's DeLucci. Boy, 4 innings of that game in Anaheim, Tom, have now been completed. And that game was not underway in the middle of the 5th here.
Darren Erstad left that game with a hamstring injury, something that plagued him last year.
Already they've got Garrett Anderson on the DL, but they've managed to win a bunch of games of late. They're 20-10.
And Gloss has missed some games. Vladimir Guerrero has missed some games.
Benji Molina.
So injuries are some cause for concern for the Angels, regardless of their start.
Ramirez trying to finish off Higginson, lefty to lefty. That game, by the way, in Anaheim, the Angels and the Devil Rays tied 1-1 tonight after 4. Minnesota beat Oakland today. Seattle and the Yankees scoreless in the bottom of the 3rd. A little floater foul off the bat of Higginson. Completing this comeback is what it's going to be all about now. We mentioned this reminded you a bit of that 17-16 win against the A's in the year 2000. Rangers will need a little bit. They are down 15-14 at the 7th inning stretch. And they've got a good part of the order coming up. Starting with that man, Mr. Blaylock.
The all-new Dodge Durango. With 5-star, the highest frontal crash test rating. And all-new power. All-new room. All-new ride. All-new interior. All-new capability. All-new capacity. 1 part power, 1 part comfort. The all-new Dodge Durango.
0% financing or $3,000 in combined cash allowances plus a great warranty gets you the best values in America.
I was tired of dial-up.
just sitting here waiting for the internet to load. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I went online and signed up for SBC Yahoo DSL. It's super fast, and it's only $26.95 a month. Plus, I also got SBC Home Networking for a one-time fee of just $50. Now I've connected our PCs wirelessly, and we can all be on the internet at the same time. This deal won't be around for long, so get on it.
Get SBC Yahoo DSL for just $26.95 a month when you sign up online and connect 2 or more computers for just $50.
Texans love to celebrate. And right now, your Texas Chevy dealer is celebrating with the Texas Truck Festival. Now get 0% APR financing for qualified buyers for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash on Chevy Tahoe, Suburban, and Trailblazer. Or you can combine bonus cash with current cash back for $4,000 total cash back.
Chevy driving Texas.
It's the Texas Truck Festival, only at your Texas Chevy dealer. Chevy driving Texas.
Texas Ranger Baseball brought to you by Dodge. Grab life by the horns, and by Hotwire.com. Get a 4-star hotel at a 2-star price at Hotwire.com. This is a game that took 3 hours to get to the 7th inning stretch. In hour 8 of that was the historic 5th inning. And the man who started the big push in the bottom of the 5th with a home run, Hank Blaylock, now trying to get the Rangers back to a tie or beyond. It is 15-14 Detroit. Blaylock sends it in the air, deep center. Sanchez at the wall, and he dropped it. Blaylock storming around second. At third base.
And the Honeys are going crazy. And so are the Homies.
So are 45,000 others that have not committed yet.
They're both dancing. The Honeys, what do they call theirs?
The Honeys and the Homies.
No, but their dance?
Oh, it's the lasso time.
The lasso.
What else could it possibly be? A leadoff triple for Blaylock. Sanchez just kind of paddled it down to the ground.
Well, he had a shot at it, couldn't come up with it.
Soriano can tie it with a sac fly. And the Tigers cheating in a little bit at the corners. Second baseman Vigna in slightly. What a night for Blaylock. Look at, I don't know if I've ever seen a pitcher come all the way to meet the catcher. Jan was about ready to run to home plate. Blaylock, remember, started his night trying to bunt his way on. He's had a homer and a triple since then.
And 2 walks.
A drive left center. It is deep. It is off the wall. It is a 15-15 tie.
Now, did you ever think you'd hear yourself say that in a Major League game?
Major League game, no. Somebody,
or a baseball game?
Hey, the thing is, Tag, somebody's going to get at least 16.
That's right.
Alfonso Soriano, and the only thing that he must stop doing is that. He went into the home run trot, and Alfonso, sorry, bud, that was off the bottom of the wall. But on a 5-for-5 night, I guess we're quibbling.
5 for 5, 4 RBIs.
He's got a shot at a 6-hit night tonight.
Well, Frank Catalanato had a 6-hit day today. Not today, this year. 6 for 6. Definitely going to get another at bat.
Boy, how ironic is that little note?
Well, I hope he doesn't get another at bat because it would come in the 9th inning. Hope he doesn't have to hit in the 9th inning.
Oh, you need walk-off drama tonight. Jan down the mound to get it. And he throws to capture Perry, but in the process, Soriano moves to third. And the Rangers now are a deep fly ball away from coming back to take a lead in a game they trailed by 10. has a 5-for-5 night, and it almost went completely unnoticed with all that's gone on.
It's tough to pick out individual things in this game because there's so many marks on your scorecard.
Infield in for the Tigers. And Mark Teixeira does not have a hit yet tonight, but he's got 3 walks. 3 runs scored. There has been so much emotional energy expended tonight from the stands, on the field. We've seen it in the dugouts tonight. And Mark Teixeira would be the first to tell you he is, for whatever reason, not been able to figure out these Detroit Tiger uniforms yet. For his young career, he is only 5 for 31 against Tiger pitching, 15 strikeouts. And that does not compute.
Maybe the most amazing line of the whole night for a hitter is Rondell White. Rondell White is 0 for 5, and he's the only player in the game, including DeLucci, who came into the game halfway through it, who hasn't scored a run.
He has yet to hit a ball out of the infield in this game in a 15-15 game. He's a great hitter.
Yeah, he came into the game hitting .327 with 7 home runs and 24 RBIs.
Hitter's count is stumbled into here by Esteban Yan. As Beethoven's 9th rings out. That means Jan's in trouble. He's in more trouble now. Ryan Jordan's being called back. A veteran is going to be pinch hit for it. Young Lance Nix, a left-hand bat, will come up for the slumping Jordan. After Teixeira gains his 4th walk of the night. What is that, 13 walks from Tiger pitching?
Let's see, 8, 12, 13 walks.
And the native Texan, Lance Nix, will have a chance to bust it open now. And Lance was pulled from the game yesterday fighting a stomach bug. He was telling us before the game that line drive that was hit at him by Pudge Rodriguez in the 1st inning. He says he doesn't even remember catching it. He was so woozy and wobbly. And Lance, not the kind of guy that would ever ask out of a game, but he was not having a good time of it last night.
If he felt like that yesterday, he can't be feeling great right now. Well enough to play, though. Well enough, hopefully, to put the Rangers ahead.
Fly ball of any depth would do it. Great speed at 3rd in Soriano. Fly ball, but that's going to head out of play. This figures to be a terrific matchup for Buck Showalter here. Yan is a power pitcher, but Lance Nix has shown he can turn on a fastball. And before he missed those few games with the sore toe, he was actually leading the American League in slugging percentage. Fights it foul. And again, it's all about greed, I suppose, Tom. In a game, the Rangers trailed by 10 at one point, but to start the inning with a triple and a double, you'd hate to settle for just 1 run.
No, anytime you've got a man at 3rd base and less than 2 outs, you want to cash in. Yan has a good splitter that he'll use from time to time to attempt to strike the hitter out.
Backs him off with heat here.
96-mile-an-hour fastball to go along with it.
And I guess if you're Knicks, you got to guard against being set up for that splitter here.
You have to look for the fastball and hope that you can adjust to the splitter and lay off it if it's out of the strike zone.
And if it is a splitter, Pudge has to make sure that if it's in the dirt, he blocks it. Otherwise, it's 16-15. Rammed foul. Another fastball.
Pretty good rip at a fastball at 96 miles an hour on the inside part of the plate.
bunt of a fastball like that. 2-2 the count to Nix. 2 on, 1 out. Got him on the outside corner.
He dropped the splitter. Set it up with a 96-mile-an-hour heat and then dropped the off-speed pitch right on the outside corner, it looked like.
Boy, Pudge framed it, held it right there. It'll be up to Eric Young. And Ely has walked twice in the last 2 innings. Another hard fastball, another big cut by a Ranger. 30 runs in this game, 28 hits, 19 walks, 3 Tiger errors. Ground ball to short. And again, the Rangers settle for the tie. They were poised to take the lead. They had a runner at second, nobody out. Runner at third, 1 out. It is 15-15 at the end of 7.
Is DNA really evidence?
For Jen, truth was relative. Then she got Washington Mutual free checking. She liked the no hidden fees, and they inspired Jen to be more truthful.
Your Honor, my client pleads guilty.
I what?
Well, you are. Hi, I just changed lanes without signaling. Oh, and my plates are expired. Nice deck. Not really. We built it ourselves.
Way to go, Jen. We appreciate your bold honesty.
It's time to turn it up. Announcing the Lincoln Mercury SUV Drive-Away with just announced savings on all our luxury SUVs. The bold Lincoln Navigator, the midsize Lincoln Aviator, and the versatile Mercury Mountaineer with an available power moonroof. Save on select 2004 Lincoln and Mercury SUVs with 0% APR for 5 years or up to $5,500 cash back. The SUV Drive-Away. See your Texas Lincoln Mercury dealer today.
Texas Ranger Baseball brought to you by Chase. Introducing free checking with direct deposit and all the power of Chase. Ten pitchers have been in the game to this point. And the line that was famously uttered in the movie Spinal Tap, this one goes to 11. We have Carlos Almanzar stepping into the game now as the 11th pitcher of the night in a 15-15 game.
Well, Erasmo Ramirez had one of the few 1-2-3 innings in the 7th. 3 up, 3 down. Carlos trying to do the same thing. 13th ball game for Carlos. Whoa, watch out.
Hey-o. Greg Monroe, the man who had the 3 hits earlier tonight and fired his bat after missing out on a 4th, gets a little chin music here from Mr. Almanzar. And he blows a 97-mile-an-hour fastball right behind him. 1-1.
Well, that's an easy 97. Nice smooth delivery and just pops it in there.
Oh, that's not fair.
That's a bad combination right there for a hitter.
That's toxic. After the hard fastball, he snaps that thing off.
Up and in, low and away, the famous words of a scout in the advanced scouting terms. 97 miles an hour up and in, and an 84-mile-an-hour slider on the outside corner.
8-9-1 in the order for Detroit here in the 8th. That's what it'll be for the Rangers in the bottom of the inning. Michael Young able to go get it.
Well, Monroe made a bid for another blooper. Didn't quite get it.
Got an email here, Tom. Many emails tonight. Thank you, everybody. But I must correct myself when I heard that Chuck Morgan hit the Beethoven music. Frank from Ennis tells me that is Beethoven's 5th and not his 9th movement. So in Ennis, they are keeping track of my classical music acumen.
Well,
and I appreciate that. Thank you.
You've learned something tonight.
Infante bangs one deep into left center. Young was playing in on the number 9 hitter. And Infante races to second base. Had a thought about third. He'll jam on the brakes. Boy, and again, I mean, there are guys in this game that you don't think can do something, and then they do it. The scouting report says that guy's not going to hit one over your head. He just did.
Yeah, there's a lot of room in left field, and he's playing pretty shallow. And I know winter ball is not the big leagues, but you know, in about 180, 200 at bats, he hit 7 home runs in winter ball. So he's got some power. I don't think there's anything Eric could have done if he was playing Mark McGwire in that particular bat. That was just a rope that was bound to be a double anyway.
You wouldn't figure Sanchez is going to draw a walk. He has one of those this year. It took him until his 77th at bat to get it. Almanzar hardly ever walks anybody himself. Sure enough, a swing here. I guess the only surprise is it's not a bunt.
Well, don't rule that out yet.
That's what Sanchez has been known for since becoming a Tiger. Having washed out in Milwaukee, that cleared the way for Scott Podsednik to get in there and play. The Brewers getting rid of this guy.
Pretty good trade-off for the Brewers.
And the Brewers just signed Podsednik to a nice contract, a native of West Texas.
He's stolen, I think, 18 straight bases.
Outside, you've got Fernando Vina on deck. You got a crowd of 45,000 waiting for the fireworks show after the game. What a game they've seen. Just surprising there's not a full moon. If Almanzar ends up walking Sanchez, you know that this is a night for the ages. He got it. Foul tipped into the glove of Gerald Laird.
Big strikeout with a man in scoring position by Almanzar right there.
And with the crowd doing the wave and getting back into it.
Probably a strike. Outside corner, right at the top of the strike zone. So he had to swing at it, but a tough pitch to hit.
I'd suggest to you, Tom, this is a key at bat. Either the Rangers race in, getting ready to grab the bats again, take that lead, or Vina, if he comes through, just pushes him back another notch.
Well, the other thing is Pudge comes up after this. He has 3 straight RBI singles.
When the crowd into it again, you want them to be cheering the Rangers as they come in. Still tied. Save Pudge for later. The starters in this game were R.A. Dickey and Mike Maroth. When they hooked up last year at this facility here in Arlington, it was a pretty tame game. Not tonight. R.A. Dickey out to support his bullpen, support his teammates that have gotten him a no decision in this one. Vina with a ground ball to Soriano. And indeed, the fans will stay energized. The game will stay tied. 15-15, bottom of the 8th coming up.
Take me fishing and show me how to drive the boat.
Take me fishing, so we'll always have something in common.
Take me fishing, because my wedding will be sooner than you think.
To learn more about boating and fishing, visit waterworkswonders.org.
Texans love to celebrate. And right now, your Texas Chevy dealer is celebrating with the Texas Truck Festival. Now get 0% APR financing for qualified buyers for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash on Chevy Tahoe, Suburban, and Trailblazer. Or you can combine bonus cash with current cash back for $4,000 total cash back.
Chevy driving Texas.
It's the Texas Truck Festival, only at your Texas Chevy dealer. Chevy driving Texas.
A can of Dr. Pepper has many uses. Of course, it's a cool, refreshing beverage. But if you're a kid, it's also a ticket to see the Texas Rangers. Through the Dr. Pepper Bottling Company of Texas partnership with the Rangers, any Dr. Pepper can gets you a free kids ticket when you buy an adult ticket. Oh, and there's one other use. Coloring book.
See, I think you needed a mustache.
Offer applies to great upper and low level seats for all April and May home games.
Oh, what the heck. Just draw some earrings on there, too.
Check out that 5th inning, why don't you? That was enough hitting for a homestand sometimes. 10-8 just in 1 inning. And the Rangers also outscored the Tigers in the 2nd inning. But if you add it all up, here we are, 15-15 in the 8th. Jamie Walker. It is suggested that is a most appropriate last name tonight, as the Tigers have walked 13 Rangers.
Well, Walker's having a good season. This will be his 14th game, a 1.59 ERA. He has not had problems with the walks thus far. 4 walks and 11 in the 3rd.
Now, who's going to be the hero for the Texas Rangers? They have come from down 14-4 and from down 15-14 for that matter, but they haven't had the lead since 4-3. And with DeLucci and Blaylock both possibly hitting in this inning, Alan Trammell goes and gets his lefty, Mr. Walker. Check swing foul will even the count 1-1. It's a game that has sent us scrambling for the record books tonight. And I'll tell you what, the way this sets up, Tom, the Rangers, I mean, if we're talking heroes here, depending on how the inning goes, maybe Alfonso Soriano becomes the first Ranger ever to have 6 hits in a game. He is 5 for 5 tonight.
His 6th hit might be the go-ahead run this inning. Who knows?
2-2 to DeLucci.
Walker has that motion and slider to be tough on left-hand hitters.
Tough pitch. DeLucci out of there. The 6th Tiger pitcher, Jamie Walker, looking pretty good. I don't think we're going to get to the record for most walks 2 teams combined in a 9-inning game. What are we at, 19 tonight? Would you believe the record is 30? That was
Must have been a good game to watch.
Thankfully, there were no broadcasters back in 1916 when that happened. It was the Tigers and the Philadelphia A's combining for 30 walks in 9 innings. Laird will pop one up. Pena going over towards the dugout, and he's got it. 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the 8th. And that's actually 4 straight retired by the Tigers going back to last inning. I know that doesn't sound like much, but in a 15-15
in this game, 4
game,
straight for anybody is a lot.
That's everything.
The shortstop, Michael Young.
Well, Michael Young has been a home run hitting machine the last week and a half. He's got 4 homers in his last 8 games. Tied for the team lead with 6 for the season. And he was going for number 7. He was down 0-1.
Good changeup by Walker.
You've got the meat of the order coming up for Detroit in the 9th, starting with Pudge. That ball curling in for a strike. 0-2. If the Rangers get a run here, it's time for Cordero. Boy, home plate umpire Matt Hollowell looked like he flinched, but he didn't call it strike 3. It's 1-2.
Well, that just has not been a strike tonight. I think a lot of pitchers in this game, and there's been a lot of pitchers, might have said they've thrown some pitches in that area and haven't had it called, but pitchers on both sides can say the same thing.
Now, it's been a battle of the bullpens since that 18-run 5th inning for the two teams. Walker and Almanzar, the 2 pitchers of record now. You've got a lefty on deck, but it's a lefty that's had a homer and a triple tonight, Hank Blaylock. Young was down 0-2. It is now 3-2. And he's gone on strikes. So Blaylock will lead off the bottom of the 9th. First things first, the top of the 9th when we come back.
Excuse me, are you happy with the choices in your 401ks?
When my only real choice was company stock?
I've had 5 jobs, so 5 401ks. Who knows?
I'm happy now. I rolled over my old 401ks to TD Waterhouse. Thanks, guys.
Choice lets you diversify. At TD Waterhouse, they offer CDs, stocks, bonds, and thousands of mutual funds, including 1,500 with no transaction fee. If you want more choice, choose TD Waterhouse, the alternative to higher-priced brokers like Merrill and Schwab.
King of the Hill, weeknights at 6 on KDFI 27.
In Texas, we know a good truck when we see one. Introducing the new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. With plenty of room for all the things that matter most. Plus more standard horsepower than Ford or Dodge, all in one smooth riding truck. The new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. It's the Texas Truck Festival. Get 0% APR financing plus $1,000 bonus cash on a Silverado half-ton crew cab. Chevy, driving Texas.
I think Mel Gibson's tremendous. I love some of the movies he's done. Braveheart's always one of the tops for a lot of the guys.
That's Kenny Rogers grabbing life by the horns, brought to you by Dodge, where we grab life by the horns every day. Kenny will be pitching tomorrow, trying to make sure that your TV doesn't look like this. 15-15 in the 9th inning. And Kenny's longtime battery mate, Ivan Rodriguez, will lead things off in the top of the 9th for Detroit.
Both teams are going to need a long man tomorrow. Someone's going to have to do the job. Hopefully, Kenny will go 9 innings and won't even have to worry about a reliever tomorrow.
And remember that the teams come right back. It's a day game tomorrow. It's a 1 o'clock game.
In the rare instance where you do need a long man when Kenny starts, it doesn't happen very often. That'll be a little bit of a question mark who that will be. Maybe someone who's not here right now.
Yeah, it could be.
Or someone scheduled to start a game at some point in time in the future.
Good to see Pudge up there without somebody on base. He's had three straight RBI singles. Of course, yesterday, in a big spot in the game, he chipped one into the right field seats for a 2-run home run. Rondell White on deck, and he is past due. A pop-up off the bat of Pudge.
Well, that was a good fastball. 96 miles an hour, exactly where he wanted to throw it, right on the fist.
Soriano backpedaled to get it. That is DeLucci in right, Nix in center now. Eric Young still in left.
Watch the catcher and watch the ball. Right where he wanted it. Pudge has a big swing, but got in on him just a little bit.
Oh, Rondell White, 0 for 5. He's the cleanup man. He's now looking at 0 for 6 in a 15-15 game.
Well, he's had a lot of good games this year, just not one of them.
Folks, TexasRangers.com, your source for Rangers news. You can get the inside scoop when you sign up for the free Inside Pitch e-newsletter on the fan forum page. Go for it at TexasRangers.com. There have been some incredible box score lines in this game. Soriano 5 for 5 with 4 runs batted in. Blaylock has scored 3 times. Teixeira has walked 4 times. And incredibly, the only Tiger pitcher of the 6 who has not walked a batter is named Walker. There's Teixeira. He says, I got it. Can the Rangers walk off with a victory tonight, having been down 14-4? We're about to find out.
In Texas, we know a good truck when we see one. Introducing the new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. With plenty of room for all the things that matter most. Plus more standard horsepower than Ford or Dodge, all in one smooth riding truck. The new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. It's the Texas Truck Festival. Get 0% APR financing plus $1,000 bonus cash on a Silverado half-ton crew cab. Chevy, driving Texas.
Free checking is great, but not if I have to make compromises. Give me a great bank first, then give me free checking. Let me make this clear. Free is not enough.
Introducing Chase Power Checking. It's free checking with direct deposit and loads of extras, plus all the power and expertise of one of the world's great banks. And with so many locations, switching to Chase is easy. Switch to Chase, where free checking is worth having.
Scattered showers with a few isolated thunderstorms across North Texas today, but how about on Mother's Day? You might be surprised with the forecast coming up later.
Presenting The Great Escape from your Texas Ford dealer, where right now you can get a new 2005 Escape XLT with a great low $249 a month payment. And that's loaded with everything you need for the perfect getaway, including a V6, automatic, 6-disc in-dash changer, aluminum wheels, side impact airbag, power driver's seat, and air, all for just $249 a month. A great escape at a great low monthly payment. Get yours today, only at your Texas Ford dealer.
Texas Ranger Baseball brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Nonstop service to 59 destinations all across the country. And by your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. And folks, here we go. Tied at 15 in the bottom of the 9th. And Hank Blaylock has ripped a homer and a triple tonight. He's facing a very tough lefty, Jamie Walker. A game the Rangers trailed by 10. He punches it in the air to shallow center. And it hangs up there for Guillen. 1 down. Soriano, who is 5 for 5, will come up. Will he face Walker?
If I'm Alan Trammell, this is the guy I'm worried about right here.
Yeah, Ugi Urbina is in the bullpen. But, you know, this game, Tom, if the Rangers don't score here, obviously, there's more baseball to be played. You need some pitchers. Never has a Ranger had a 6-hit game. Soriano could be the first. If he hits it over the wall, the Rangers win.
A lefty versus a righty with a lot of power.
Into the right center alley. Sanchez will go cut it off. It is the first 6-hit game by a Texas Ranger ever.
Sanchez was playing on the warning track. He was playing about 380 feet away. There was no way Soriano was going to hit a ball over his head unless he hit it out of the ballpark. That's why he got over so easily to cut that ball off, is how deep he was playing.
It looked like a double off the bat. They've just announced to the crowd that is the first time that a Texas Ranger has had a 6-hit game. 29 times we had seen a 5-hit game.
The second time in 6 weeks in the American League someone's had 6 hits. Frank Catalanato for the Blue Jays did it a little while back.
And the last time it happened in a Ranger game, it was against these Tigers. Damian Easley turned the trick the night that the Tigers scored 13 here in the 9th inning. Won that game 19-6. I would dare say, Tom, the AmeriQuest folks have gotten their money's worth so far. 2 games since the naming rights deal. 8-7 thriller yesterday. This one is 15-15 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Perry takes down and in. Mark Teixeira's on deck. And it looks like Walker all the way here. The lefty against Perry, and then the switch hitting Teixeira. Perry hits it towards the hole. It'll be 2 on, 1 out in the bottom of the 9th. Herbert Perry doesn't get a lot of infield hits, but that's a huge one.
Ian decided not to throw that. He was wise not to throw it earlier in the game. He made that same play and then threw to second, threw it down the right field line. He makes the right choice here with Soriano running. He didn't even think about throwing that one.
Well, the carousel keeps spinning around. It stops at Mark Teixeira's name. And we've chronicled the fact that for whatever reason, Tex has not done well against the Tigers in his brief Major League career. Looking for his first hit tonight. It could be a game winner. Tough to find fault, though, with Texas Knight. He has walked 4 times. And he's played solid defense. He took a good cut, waiting on the off-speed pitch, but he fouls it away. And he's got to be a 2-strike hitter. You've got a lefty on deck in Lance Nix. So you'd like to see Tex, the right-hand swinger, come through right here. This game around 3 3/4 hours along now. An hour and 8 of that was the 5th inning. Tigers had 8 in the top of that inning. Incredibly, the Rangers had 10 in the bottom. That one whistled inside. You've got great speed out there at second base in Soriano. That's the winning run. Walker trying to get Tex to bite again. And again, Tex pulls back. It's 2-2. Outside.
He knows he's got a left-hand hitter coming up, and he would rather pitch to Lance, but I don't think he wants to pitch to him with the bases loaded. So
no,
he's trying to pitch carefully, yet at the same time get Tex out.
Here we go, 3-2. He got him.
They threw him a 3-2 changeup in a great location.
Boy, saved his best pitch for when he needed it the most. 3-2.
It's a tough one to lay off. Boy, you got all the excitement, 45,000 fans. It's 15-15. 3-2, winning run at second. Throws you a changeup. It's just a tough pitch to lay off of with all that adrenaline flowing.
Nix grounds it. Vina gets it. Up with it, and we go to the 10th inning. Tied 15-15 at Ameriquest Field.
This is it.
What is this?
Introducing the full-size 5.6-liter V8 Nissan Armada.
Where are we?
Share the adventure.
What's hot in activewear? The Bengay Pain Relieving Patch. It's what everyone's wearing to get deep heating relief in a patch that lasts up to 8 hours. Try on the Bengay Pain Relieving Patch. It's what's hot in pain relief.
Hey, sensor users, think you've got the best shave? Well, it just got better. 2 blades became 3. Introducing Gillette Sensor 3, the best sensor shave ever. So now, think 3. New Sensor 3 from Gillette.
King of the Hill, weeknights at 6 on KDFI 27.
In Texas, we know a good truck when we see one. Introducing the new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. With plenty of room for all the things that matter most. Plus more standard horsepower than Ford or Dodge, all in one smooth riding truck. The new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. It's the Texas Truck Festival. Get 0% APR financing plus $1,000 bonus cash on a Silverado half-ton crew cab. Chevy, driving Texas.
Sometimes you don't even need to say anything. You just look at that line score and you go, okay. All right, fine. 15-15 after 9. Okay. Francisco Cordero, the closer. There's nothing to close here now. Not now. Not yet. Cordero becomes the 7th Ranger pitcher of the night. And he will be facing the 6, 7, 8 part of this Detroit order. But that's been a real good part of the order in this series so far.
Erasmo Ramirez had a 1-2-3 inning and a nice job by Almanzar. Faced 7 hitters, retired 6, 1 with a strikeout, gave up the double to Infante. So 3 shutout innings in a row for the bullpen, and Coco trying to make it a 4th right here in the 10th. Hopefully pitch 1 inning and have the Rangers score in the 10th and get them a win.
The available pitcher now, I guess, for the Rangers would be Jeff Nelson behind Cordero. And there is ball 1. Guillen, who almost hit for the cycle last night, he was a double away, has been held to 1 for 4 tonight. Tom will check some scores as we get along to extra innings now. Tampa Bay and Anaheim tied 2-2 in the 7th. Jose Cruz Jr. has a home run for Tampa Bay. The Angels with a 7-game winning streak going into that one. They're a game and a half up on the Rangers. The Yankees have scored 3 times in Seattle in the 6th inning. 3-0 New York. Earlier, Baltimore beat Cleveland 10-7. Minnesota tripped up Oakland in 10, 3-2. Socked out of play, another fastball from Coco. Curt Schilling with a 5-hitter today, going all the way. Boston beat Kansas City 9-1. Pokey Reese, 2 home runs, one that stayed in the park. Boy, the last thing you want to do is get that leadoff man on with a walk here. It goes to 3-2. Ground ball to Shera, backing up on it, leading Cordero. That's why they practice that a jillion, billion, gazillion times in spring training.
That's actually a pretty good job by Guillen to put that ball in play. Coco's throwing mid-90s with a fastball, throws him a hard 3-2 slider. Good pitch down. And he hung in there, made good contact with it. But Texas there to make the flip. Coco's there to touch the bag, and 1 up, 1 down.
Boy, there were 18 runs scored between the 2 teams in the 5th inning. There have been only 2 runs scored combined since then. Higginson trying to change that against his former Tiger teammate, Coco Cordero. Francisco, remember, was a part of the Juan Gonzalez trade. That seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? Juan has changed addresses a couple times since then.
Yep.
Cordero had some eye-popping numbers in the Tigers minor league system, most of all 1997, when he saved 35 games in single A with an ERA tag of 0.99. Struck out 67 batters in 50 innings.
He's got a lot of weapons in his arsenal. He's got the great fastball, well above average slider, and a good changeup. Doesn't need the changeup very often, but when he wants it, it's a 3rd pitch for him. That's a terrific pitch.
Higginson late on the fastball. Justin Thompson, Frank Catalanato, a guy named Alan Webb, Bill Hasselman, Gabe Kapler for Gonzalez, Patterson, and Zahn. Oh, just outside, 3-2.
There have been a lot of pitches like that all night long for both teams.
You might need Cordero in the 11th possibly, so you don't want to see that pitch count get up.
See ya.
Drops it in there. Higginson knew it. That was a gorgeous pitch.
The second batter in a row that's had to try to hit the 3-2 slider. Guillen grounded out to first, and Higginson says, "Nice pitch, big guy. I fouled off your 97-mile-an-hour fastball, but
and I'll be leaving now.
I can't handle both of those things."
I'm only one man, says Bobby Higginson.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Boy, power versus power here. Although the slider starts off Monroe, it always seems to be dialed up for the fastball.
So he's got a couple of sore thumbs in this ball game. He's got 3 hits in the game. Thumbs hold out, he'll be all right.
Slide piece one more time. 0-2. Got him!
That was called overmatching the hitters in that inning.
Rangers will try and win it in the bottom of the 10th.
low fares to your favorite vacation destinations start at just $49.
You are now free to move about the country.
Texans love to celebrate. And right now, your Texas Chevy dealer is celebrating with the Texas Truck Festival. Now get 0% APR financing for qualified buyers for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash on Chevy Tahoe, Suburban, and Trailblazer. Or you can combine bonus cash with current cash back for $4,000 total cash back.
Chevy driving Texas.
It's the Texas Truck Festival, only at your Texas Chevy dealer. Chevy driving Texas.
King of the Hill, weeknights at 6 on KDFI 27.
In 2003, Hank Blaylock homered off Tim Hudson. He tripled off Maddox, went yard against Clemens, got hits off Messina, Pedro, Mariano Rivera, and Billy Wagner's 100-plus heat. And he did pretty well in his one-at-bat against Eric Gagne. All in his first full season. So you've got a lot to look forward to over the next few years. Unless, of course, you're Barry Zito, or Derek Lowe, or Troy Percival, or Roy Halladay, or Gene Floyd.
The closers are now at work in a 15-15 game. Cordero had a beautiful top of the 10th, and now the former Ranger Ugi Urbina will try and move this game to the 11th. A most improbable game tonight. The game in which the Rangers trailed 14-4 and made up that 10-run deficit in 1/2 inning. Never before, over an entire game, had the Rangers ever come from down 10 runs to tie. They did it in the bottom of the 5th inning. The teams then traded runs in the 6th and the 7th. And here we are in the bottom of the 10th. Eric Young, David DeLucci, and Gerald Laird due to come up.
Urbina got the save last night, came into an 8-5 ball game, surrendered a couple of runs, had a man on when he got the last out. No room to give up runs now.
Eric Young has been a part of at least one 16-15 game that I know of, a game in which he stole 6 bases. All those against Mike Piazza if you're scoring at home. If EY can get on, well, you've got Pudge Rodriguez behind the plate. You're not necessarily thinking about a stolen base. 3-0.
He's not missing by much, but again, there's been a lot of pitches by both teams around the plate in this game that have not been called strikes. And that's just the way the strike zone is tonight.
The winning run is on 4 pitches. With terrific speed, Eric Young. Our game within the game, remember we talked about how the Rangers were performing against lefties, Tom. Well, he certainly got to Mike Maroff. Walker was a little better.
Yeah, Walker came in and really pitched well. He pitched 2 innings, had 3 strikeouts, gave up a couple of hits, but no runs. And for the Tigers, something that no other pitcher's been able to accomplish tonight, no walks. Urbina with a good fastball and a real good changeup. It was his changeup that he started DeLucci off with. 14 walks now for the Tiger pitchers.
Young with a safe lead has already been picked off tonight. There's the bunt from DeLucci. And it's lobbed to first. The sacrifice will get the winning run in scoring position.
But several times likes to give that hitter a shot. One big swing. If you can do some damage, great. If not, let's sacrifice him to second. DeLucci laid down a beautiful bunt. Perfect sacrifice bunt. Good job.
And now Laird is being called back. You've got Brad Fulmer stepping out in the on-deck circle. You've got Alan Trammell on the way out there to talk to Urbina about Fulmer.
Well, with the only run that matters at second base, you've got first base open. You could easily walk Fulmer right here to set up a double play. The problem with that is if you don't get a double play, you've got to face both Young and Blaylock, and that may not be too appealing.
Boy, I mean, it is certainly on the board here strategy-wise, but yeah, if you walk Fulmer, you're drawing a 373 hitter and a 333 hitter. Fulmer has faced Oogie twice. 0 for 2 against him. They're going to put him on. They're going to put him on to get to the man who leads the major leagues in hits, Michael Young.
Well, it's percentage-wise, lefty-righty, it's okay because you're going to face a right-hand hitter. But if you don't get the double play, you got to face Blaylock. And you might not even get to Blaylock if Michael Young lines a line drive into right field, which he's been known to do about 40 times this year.
Well, as it is, Mike is getting close to 50 hits for the year overall. This is only game number 30. He leads the league in total bases, in runs scored. He is close to leading the league in runs batted in. What a heck of a time this would be for just one more of those. That's the kind of night this has been. He goes 2 for 6. His batting average goes down. Every Ranger player has been in there position-wise except Rod Barajas, and if the game goes 11, he'll have to come in to catch.
Good changeup. Started him off with it. Michael looking for a fastball. And there's about 45,000 people, Josh, that want to see fireworks. They don't want to see the 11th inning.
A patient crowd. Been here, well, 4 hours from the first pitch now. Great speed at second base. The winning run, Eric Young. Right field. There you go. Here comes Eli. Heading home. Unbelievable. For a team that's all about the exuberant young players. Young singles home Young. The Rangers win it in 10, 16, 15, having trailed it 14-4.
Well, there's a lot of strategy at the end of the game, and you can't say one is right and one is wrong. Sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. Trammell chose to walk Fulmer to set up the double play, but he had to face one of the hottest hitters in the league, a guy that's had clutch hits all season long, had one earlier in the game for 2 runs, and dropped one into right field to win the ball game. That's pretty much what you would expect from Michael Young.
33 years of Ranger baseball, and this one ranks right up there among the most amazing ones of all.
Well, that was a good pitch from Urbina. Down and away. Off the end of the bat. Well located. Good runner at second base. No problem scoring him. And in one of the more amazing games you'll ever see, it's a happy Ranger bench coming out to congratulate EY and an incredibly happy Buck Showalter.
Buck was at the opposite end of the spectrum when the Tigers put 8 on the board in the top of the 5th. He was seen in that dugout as, let's just say, a less than happy camper. And whatever happened, The Rangers got fired up enough to put 10 on the board in the bottom of the 5th. They win it in the 10th. We go to Jim Knox.
All right, thank you very much, Josh. Alfonso Soriano, what a game. You were 6 for 6. That's a Ranger record. Plenty of records in tonight's game. Has you ever been a part of anything as wild as this?
You know, I never think that today I want to succeed, but, you know, the more important for me now is, you know, we win this game because very important game tonight.
Down by 10 runs, 14-4, you guys go into the bottom of the 5th inning. What was going through your mind?
You know, this team have, you know, a lot of young talent, and this team, you know, never give up. So, you know, we had to make it like 27 out. You know, when you make it the last out, number 27, you know, the game is over. But, you know, nothing is over after the 27 out.
After you came back and made the complete comeback, Michael Young gets the game winner right there. Then the explosion. What happened then in the huddle?
You know, when you see that Michael Young hit a hit, you know, it's over, no? You know, because it's long game, you know, it's big game because we come back and you win this game.
Congratulations, Alfonso Soriano. A big night, Ranger record. 6 hits right there. Josh?
All right, Jim, a crowd of 45,000 now awaiting fireworks after all of what they just saw. What a burger, what a play. Let's take you back just about, 90 seconds? Another base hit to right for Michael Young.
Well, it's almost predictable with a game on the line with men in scoring position and Michael at the plate. You can't come through every time. No one bats 1,000 in that situation, but you like your chances when he's at the plate.
The biggest comeback in Texas Ranger history in a game that featured 14 pitchers, 21 walks, 32 hits, 31 runs, the last of which you just saw. Texas wins it in 10, 16-15. This we know, Tom, it's the most exciting game ever in the history of Ameriquest Field in Arlington.
You're right about that.
For Tom Green, for Jim Knox, for our entire crew, Josh Lewin saying good night. Come on back tomorrow. Our final score tonight, 16-15 Rangers, the biggest Ranger comeback in team history. Tomorrow the game's on KDFW, Fox 4 at 1 o'clock. Tonight's game was produced by Kurt Dykert, directed by Dave Burchett. Associate producers Kelly Donaldson and Tom Stoner. If you were here, save your ticket stub. You saw history. 16-15 the final. Stay tuned. Fox News Wrap is next.
Hats off to Mom. She knew how to start your day off right. No toasty flakes for you. What you need is the kind of hot, hearty breakfast that would earn Mom's stamp of approval. So come on by Whataburger and get yourself a real breakfast. We're serving it up from 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. How about that, Mom?
What a burger!
Just like you like it.
That's a gimme, right, guys?
That's not a gimme.
That's not a gimme?
I think you should putt it.
You want me to putt it? The gimme.
Not a gimme.
Putt the gimme. I'm putting the gimme. Now that's a gimme.
At least you can count on the Toro Time Cutter Z mower, the most amazingly maneuverable Toro ever.
Texans love to celebrate. And right now, your Texas Chevy dealer is celebrating with the Texas Truck Festival. Now get 0% APR financing for qualified buyers for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash on Chevy Tahoe, Suburban, and Trailblazer. Or you can combine bonus cash with current cash back for $4,000 total cash back.
Chevy driving Texas.
It's the Texas Truck Festival, only at your Texas Chevy dealer. Chevy driving Texas.
From KDFI 27, this is a Fox News Wrap.
Good evening, I'm Richard Ray. Thanks for joining us for this Fox News Wrap on KDFI 27. Firefighters are investigating a 4-alarm fire at an apartment complex in northwest Dallas that happened this afternoon. The Villas of Vickery apartments were 80% vacant. Only a handful of residents were displaced by the fire. Investigators say the fire swept through a common attic, damaging or destroying 40 apartments. These types of fires are among the most difficult and dangerous to fight.
We're not sure exactly how the fire started or whether an accelerant was used or not, or even if this fire was an accident. Of course, you know, it's somewhat breezy today, so that did help extend the fire. And anytime you have wind and definitely a difficult fire to get to, it takes us a little time to get all of our equipment in position.
The Dallas Independent School District owns the property. It will be the future site of 2 new schools, possibly as soon as 2006. 2 men were taken into custody late Friday night and their vehicle impounded after a man in a wheelchair was run over and killed. Officers believe the man was wheeling along the service road of C.F. Hahn Freeway just east of Silverado when he was hit. Police located a car in a nearby hotel parking lot that had damage consistent with the accident. The car was towed in and officers plan to process it for evidence. 1 person is dead after an overnight accident on the George Bush Turnpike near Highway 78 in Garland. Police say a truck crossed the median and hit a Dodge Durango head-on. Investigators are trying to figure out what caused the driver to cross the median. Graduation day for hundreds of TCU students who celebrated their college achievements this afternoon. Family and friends gathered at the Fort Worth Convention Center for the ceremony. Everyone also remembered a former TCU professor who was killed earlier this year. Laura Lee Crane received an honorary doctorate degree from the school. Her daughter accepted on her behalf.
It was Dr. Crane's life work, and it is now her legacy to help other people find the stars in their darkness. On Dr. Crane's behalf, and on behalf of our family, and for all of the members of this community that she loved and touched, we graciously accept this conference. Thank you.
Dr. Crane was kidnapped and murdered and killed in February. Her body was found in Oklahoma. Police arrested Edward Busby and Kathleen Latimer for the crime, and they faced capital murder charges. The only thing louder than the sound of hammers and sanding in Fort Worth today were the cheers of joy from the homeowners who had their houses repaired for free. Fox 4's Jeff Crilly explains.
And I am now 75 years old, and I thank God for it.
It was the ultimate Mother's Day present for Katie Anderson. An extreme home makeover.
Yes, you're doing fine.
She's a widow on a fixed income. The last few years have been tough on her, and she couldn't begin to pay for all this work herself.
And this I shall never forget. For good things come to those who wait, and I've been waiting, and the day has come.
Each year for the last 5, volunteers with Rebuilding Together Fort Worth have come together to help homeowners in need make their homes a source of tremendous pride once again.
And everywhere we have gone, when we've gone in with our volunteers to improve a home, we have gone back and we've seen that others have taken the same position. They've improved their homes.
And it's not just the homeowners who benefit from these miracle makeovers. The volunteers say they get a lot out of it too. They feel like they're getting made over from the inside.
Be able to give back to someone who I know is in a situation where their family or friends or whoever can't come out and do this for them, and I have the time to do it. I feel fulfilled to be able to come out and spend the time helping someone else in their time of need.
It's not about paint and sanding. It's about people helping people and the miracle that keeps building one house at a time. In Fort Worth, Jeff Crilly, Fox 4 News.
An upcoming wet-dry election in Lancaster prompted a march today by those who oppose it.
No liquor here! No liquor here!
Lancaster voters will decide next weekend whether to keep the city dry or allow regulated sales and consumption of alcohol. The city council is on record supporting it, believing the sales tax generated from alcohol will benefit Lancaster. But the group CALL, Citizens Against Liquor in Lancaster, believes that becoming a wet city will increase crime. Today, folks in Carrollton were given a chance to protect their cars from thieves. The North Texas Auto Theft Task Force was out etching vehicle identification numbers on vehicles for free.
They want the complete component parts, such as a whole door and the window itself. When they see that etching on there, the vehicle identification number, they don't want that because then they have to go get a new window for that door also. So they'd rather go to that vehicle that doesn't have the etching.
The task force also put heat stickers on vehicles. They allow police to stop the car without cause anytime it's out on the roadway between 1 and 5 in the morning. Coming up next, a look at the weekend weather and our chances for more rain, so stay right there.
Presenting The Great Escape from your Texas Ford dealer, where right now you can get a new 2005 Escape XLT with a great low $249 a month payment. And that's loaded with everything you need for the perfect getaway, including a V6, automatic, 6-disc in-dash changer, aluminum wheels, side impact airbag, power driver's seat, and air. All for just $249 a month. A great escape at a great low monthly payment. Get yours today, only at your Texas Ford dealer.
Remember how great the last day of school was? That's what getting away on a Southwest Airlines Fun Fair feels like. These low fares to your favorite vacation spots are available any day of the week and start at just $49.
You're now free to move about the country.
Better burgers. Sonic's got them, others don't. Introducing the Sonic Burger that's gonna make it big. The new Little Cheese. 2 junior patties, 2 slices of smoky cheddar cheese, the freshest lettuce and tomato, and topped with crispy bacon and Sonic's own honey pepper sauce. Only a taste this big deserves the name, the Little Cheese. The new Little Cheese. It's not just good, it's Sonic good. And if you're counting carbs, try your burger on Sonic's new carb-friendly bun.
In Texas, we know a good truck when we see one. Introducing the new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. With plenty of room for all the things that matter most. Plus more standard horsepower than Ford or Dodge, all in one smooth riding truck. The new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. It's the Texas Truck Festival. Get 0% APR financing plus $1,000 bonus cash on a Silverado half-ton crew cab. Chevy, driving Texas.
Some scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms across portions of North Texas today, and some cloud-to-ground lightning, some small hail, strong winds, and some brief heavy rain. But believe it or not, most of us didn't see any precipitation, but some of us did. 82 the daytime high, 67 the overnight low, 81 and 61 are your normals, 95 the record high, and 44 the record low in 1938. Weather in your health tonight, the mold spores were moderate at 304 grains per cubic meter. The pollen was low, consisting of pecan and grass. Air quality good, and UV rays were high at 9.9. Here's what's been happening over the last 24 hours. An upper level low to our south, still kicking off some pretty good thunderstorms over areas of the hill country, stretching all the way down in the lower Rio Grande Valley. Some of the rain has been quite heavy down there. Matter of fact, flash flood warnings have been posted for several counties. Here's that weak disturbance that moved across north central Texas. Didn't really think it would move this far to the north, but it did. And I think most of this activity should be ending here within the next couple of hours. This upper level low will be tracking towards the east tonight and tomorrow. That should put the rain to an end here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I think tomorrow morning on Mother's Day, we'll start off with cloudy conditions and then partly cloudy conditions by tomorrow afternoon. Later on tonight, clouds will continue across the region, but most of the rain shower activity should be over. And by tomorrow, I think we'll continue to see the southerly winds, rather brisk at times, and generally partly cloudy skies. Should be a pretty nice day tomorrow. Could be some scattered thunderstorms in West Texas, also over areas of Arkansas and Missouri, but no rain expected here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Here's my forecast then for tomorrow. Looks real nice. Partly cloudy skies by tomorrow afternoon. Look for a daytime high near 83. Overnight lows tomorrow night dropping down into the mid to upper 60s. And I think temperatures should remain in the 80s for much of next week, with a better chance of showers and thunderstorms rich coming in Wednesday and especially Thursday and early Friday. Overnight lows in the 60s. Could be a rather active weather pattern towards the middle of next week. We'll just have to wait and see, but nevertheless looks pretty nice tomorrow. It does. Thank you. Good Mother's Day. Yeah. Thanks, Ron. Next, how some underprivileged children will soon have new wheels.
Get it on.
When it comes to busting crime, McGarrett wrote the book.
Book 'em. I don't need to hold hands with anybody to do my job. Book 'em, Dennis. I don't make deals. Book 'em. Prove it. All right, gentlemen, booked him. Accessory to murder. How good are your sources? Book him, Larry. Book him, Ben. Duke, Booker. Give me something. What do you got? You've got exactly 10 seconds. Get it on. Or you get hit with murder one. Name is McGarrett.
Hawaii 5-0, weeknights at 8 on
KDFI. KDFI.
Book 'em.
It's the annual tent sale at Rec Warehouse. Complete pool packages, $5.99. Family size spas, $7.99. 5-piece patio sets, $2.99. Half off pool accessories. Factory wraps on site, competing for your business. Special financing available Friday through Monday at Rec Warehouse.
There's only one name that boasts the brute strength of 600 foot-pounds of class-dominating torque. One brand with the fastest production pickup on Earth, equipped with a 500 horsepower engine. One truck with the legendary Hemi that out-hauls, out-tows, and outperforms the competition. Dodge Ram, the one truck with the speed, strength, and power to put all the other trucks in their place.
Life is stressful enough without having to worry about the hassles of buying auto insurance. At Concord, we know how confusing it can be, and we'd like to make it easier for you. Just compare our low auto rates to what you're paying now. When you save with Concord, you could save up to 30%, and you don't have to sacrifice coverage for savings. Thousands of Texas drivers save money by switching to Concord. So relax when it's time to renew. Call us for the facts about the price and policy features that work best for you. Concord, put us to the test.
It's the annual tent sale at Rec Warehouse. Complete pool packages, $5.99. Family-size spas, $7.99. 5-piece patio sets, $2.99. Half off pool accessories. Factory wraps on site, competing for your business. Special financing available Friday through Monday at Rec Warehouse.
A group of high school students in Dallas put together some Hot Wheels for kids today. They repaired and assembled 175 donated bikes that will be given to kids in need. The students are members of Spokes for Folks. It's a nonprofit organization started by a Dallas teenager. The students are from Green Hill, Hockaday, Episcopal School of Dallas, and St. Mark's.
We're going to be delivering the bikes to the Boys and Girls Club. There's actually some people here right now from the Boys and Girls Club. We have 2 U-Haul trucks that we're going to take out there to, I believe it's in Mesquite. Great program. Spokes for Folks has been in operation now for 4 years. Great day to be out there putting a bike together, although some people got some pretty heavy rains in parts of North
especially in Tarrant and Denton counties, Richard. Dallas not that much, and counties to the east not that much, but some people saw some very heavy rain, small hail, strong winds in a short period of time. Most of the activity should be over by tomorrow morning, and Mother's Day looks pretty good with partly cloudy skies and temperatures in the low 80s. Could be a rather active period towards Wednesday and Thursday of next week, though. Temperatures should remain in the 80s with lows in the mid to upper 60s.
Did you call your mom?
You betcha I did.
Good boy. That's all our time. For Ron Jackson, I'm Richard Ray. We'll see you tomorrow on Fox 4 News at 5 and 9.